Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. This is the German Poker Days live from the King's Resort in Warsaw, and my name is Aquaman Dan, the host and broadcaster for the duration of this event, which will only be one night tonight until we have crowned yet another champion of this fantastic resort. We are going to play into the early hours of the morning. That's the way the German Poker Days work. I am delighted to be here with you once again. Hope you're all keeping very well wherever you are tuning in from. Twitch, YouTube, we've got some great new content on there. Try give us a like, subscribe, and a follow if you like what you see. We are trying to get to 20,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel before the end of the year, and I feel like this is more than doable. And hello to the Action Army. Hello to Bird. I see my moderator is flying by to say hi. Hello, Bird. Hope you're very well. Cards are in the air. Cards have been shuffled up and dealt. Small blind is 40k. The big blind is 80k with an 80k running big blind ante. That's 40, 80, 80. This is a special kind of event that we run at the King's Resort. Also, I would just say before I finish, if you want to find out additional information about the resort or buy yourself some merchandise, if you like what you see, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com.
Not everyone quiet, you can make some fun of it.
This is a €200 buy-in, and the last few times is called Shenanigans, massive prize pools, and a lot of people drinking at the FT, etc. One time it's gone on till 10 in the morning, but that's when you've got to have your wits about you. It's about championship rounds with this one. This one is more of a sprint than a marathon, but you have to realize that the players have played for many days before getting to this point. Incredible value for just a €200 buy-in. So seatbelts and airbags, folks. I'm delighted to be here with you. Hope you're all keeping very well, and let's get to the action. Very important to note that the winner of this event, by the way, is going to get the guts of €50,000. Thank you very much for the payouts there, Bart. First, second, third, and fourth are all going to receive a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So there is a lot to play for here. With 51 players remaining, all players are guaranteed a minimum of €800. And there is someone I recognize times 10, Virus, who is a King's Resort reg with the black hat. That is someone to watch out for, and will always be one of the most strong remaining players in the field, with 50 still remaining. And Virus is raising to 175 from the cutoff. And Matthias from the button is going to shove for just under 10 big blinds. It's going to get Virus to easily fold his Jack 5 suited. Little bit ambitious and frivolous from Virus, but that is exactly the way his style is. He is just going to constantly try to pound on the table when he has an advantage. He is well able to play. I've seen him do lots and lots of creative things that have paid dividends for him. He only has 20 bigs though, so he doesn't want to be making too many of those loose opens, but he did try to get one through on this occasion. Bird says he busted in 12th place at day 1A on Wednesday. Unlucky Bird. Plenty more tournaments around the corner and plenty more fish in the sea, as the saying goes. Delighted to see at least 100 of you tuning in already, and that's on Twitch alone. So I realize that the sun is shining and the weather is sweet, so great to see so many people, such big fans. 1,872 entries. That is something to note, to keep in mind. Like, just a €200 buy-in, making a massive prize pool, so a lot of money to play for here, a lot of cheddar. I don't recognize too many players at this table, but I'm sure there's some crazy good players left in this field. It always seems like they pop up at the last minute. Only time will tell. We've got Virus at the table, getting the blinds and antes on this occasion, adding 200k to his stack. And you can see, ladies and gentlemen, him adding 200k to his stack there. He is essentially adding over 10% to his small-ish 20 to 25 big blinds. He likes repping the Adidas, our Virus. Hope he's not sweating in that jumper, although I do not know the exact temperature at the King's Resort at the moment. I know in Ireland we are finally getting blessed with a heat wave, but it's a little bit too late over here. And don't be shy, be sure to let me know how you're getting on in the chat if you have any questions throughout the night. It's going to be a very late one. Sometimes when we have these really late streams, a lot of people aren't talking in the chat. And it's great to get the camaraderie. And even though it's a very late stream, that people will continue to communicate. And Jens +1 here with the Cowboys, the Kings of Kings. Let's see what he does. Just a min raise, and I like this sizing. You'll see other players kind of go for that 2.5x sizing, sometimes even 3x, and I just feel like it prices out too many hands that we would want to continue from the blinds or whatnot. $50 players remaining now, and normally we will come back with 24 and we'll play it out tomorrow until we crown a champ, but that is not the way it is going to be tonight. We are going to play straight through to the early hours in the morning, so make sure you've got some coffee brewed, seatbelts and airbags for this one. It only happens a couple of times a year. Let's get involved together. And we're going to call, I'm just going to call you son, because you've got some one son, SYXT. I'm just going to call you son. I mean, you're not my son, but you can be my son. We will call you actually together here. He says Jens is looking good in TV. We'll keep an eye out for Jens. It's great when people get involved with their players that are left in the event, especially when we're down to the last 5 tables or so. And this is quite a loose open from the Frenchman from the small blind. There's a lot of French players playing at the King's Resort recently. Dorian Melhers, Clement Cure, etc., etc. People are trying to follow in the same footsteps. I'm seeing that the French flag in a lot of places. Bird says he would look much better on TV, but he busted. I would look much better on TV, but I'm commentating. First world problems, I suppose. And Jens is looking decent on TV. Not that I'm a friend of his or anything. He's looking fresh. Looks like he came to win this title. Come on, Jens. Although I have to remain unbiased. Zolt betting 80 here with second pair, and Jens with top pair, 8 kicker. Does block some straight draws we would want our opponent to have, but looks like he's going to get creative here and make a raise to 300k. Wow, look at this. Salt is 3-betting over the top, all in. And when we are in the big blind here, facing the small blind, 3-betting all in against us after we've raised, I feel like we were trying to induce this action, so we are forced to call, even though we don't love it with just an 8 kicker. We are going to call. We block some of the straight draws that we want Salt to have, but we still have to just call, and if we are beat, then so be it. We've got 19 bigs behind. Our opponent can have a club draw, can have something like a Jack 10 suited. We'll be surprised to see Jean's fold now. After raising to 300k, although it looks like a small raise. And Salt with 2 pair here, so my sentiments still stay the same. Jens raising to induce, it seems, does get called by the middle 2 pair with the 9-7. Turn is a 3, and now an 8 or a queen needed. The river is a deuce. And Jens, who was getting a shout out in the chat just a few moments ago, has been eliminated. Unlucky Jens. And Revillo raising to 350. Using a very large sizing here. And Romain with the superior ace-king offsuit is going to 3-bet to all in. This is a massive jam here by Romain in the cutoff. Essentially giving away the strength of his hand. Jacks plus, ace-king, etc. And after Revillo making it 350, essentially putting in a third of his stack, with just 10 big blinds remaining, has to call it off. Will see the bad news, but it is all in and call for 30 big blinds in the middle. Romain with ace king, Revillo with ace queen offsuit. And the flop is king 5-3. That's all but said and sealed here. Revillo needing runner, does not get it. And Romain will win this pot of 2.4 million. And Romain reminds me of a wrestler that a person, our moderator, Apocalypse, is in the house. And that Apocalypse loves the wrestler Romain. Hello, Apocalypse. How are you, my friend? I seen Hulk Hogan was on the Joe Rogan podcast there midweek, and I listened to a fascinating interview for 3 hours. And I was like, I better tell Apocalypse at the weekend that I am more of a wrestling fan than I would have been after listening to that interview. He was fantastic. He gave some powerful insights into the past of wrestling, the present of wrestling, and the future of wrestling. And here is a player that I recognize from the first stream I ever commentated for Kings, Raise from Space. And he caused me many problems when I was trying to say that he was raising, and I had to say raise twice. It was a bit of a tongue twister. And he is back in the house with 13 bigs. Of course, he was a champion here about 12 to 14 months ago, is about that timeline for one of the bigger events. I knew I recognized his face. Apocalypse says he hasn't heard the interview. That's fine. Just watched Payback today and seen Punk got fired by the AEW. We could have the whole alphabet and Raise from Space here with second pair. Blind v blind battle with, I would say, one of the toughest players left in the field for sure, with 45 remaining. There was a bet and a call there. Virus playing 15 bigs behind. Rays playing 10 bigs behind. Very unlikely that either player has an ace in their hand. Virus has to know his deuce. Most likely no good here. I don't think the shove would work in this scenario. Raise from space. More than aware of how good of a player Virus is, so he is capable of bluffing. The flush has come in on the river with the 10 of hearts. Virus does decide to just check it back. Raise from space will go from 1 million to 2 million almost. 1.65 mil he's paying now, and I know it looks like just a small pot, but he has essentially added 25% to his stack just by taking that one down. Pamu says, hello, do I see this correctly? Today is the final day with 45 players. That is correct. About once every 3 months, so about 4 times a year, we have the German poker days and we play through until we have a winner. All that it means is I have to make sure I have an extra pot of coffee brewed. Sometimes too. As you all know, I'm very fond of the coffee, especially in the early hours of the morning. Apocalypse says German poker days always does day 2 only. Yes, the last one, I think I got Alan to do the last German poker days. The one before that I think went on till 9:30, almost 10 a.m. in the morning. So that means it was nearly 11 a.m. at King's. I always say on this channel, it's a marathon, not a sprint. But when you're in day 2 in a scenario like this, and it's a €200 buy-in, playing for a whopping prize pool for that kind of buy-in, it is a sprint, not a marathon. You want to be accumulating chips and to be able to pound away as you get closer to the final table, with 4 tickets available worth 10 grand a pop for the World Series of Poker Europe that will take place later on this year. Three-way action to the flop here from under the gun, the button, and the big blind. Ace 10 of hearts for the big blind. Robin under the gun with king, queen of clubs, and Virus with ace 6 suited. This is Robin's board here with top pair, king, kicker. Thomas going all in, of course, here on the turn with the open ender, but unsuccessful. Robin will take down this 3.5 million pot, now playing 6 million, which is currently good for about 76 big blinds, folks. Big blind still 80k. There is a lot of chips in play. Still 5 tables remaining. Robin moves himself up to second place at this featured table. Both players at the top playing 26% of all the chips in play at this feature table, not the entire event itself. And your short stack with just 4% of the chips in play at this feature table is still playing 12 bigs, so no player playing too short apart from the top three. Top three playing 79 bigs, 76 bigs, and 56 bigs, and then there is a massive disparity between 56 bigs and 27. Forty-four players remaining with the average stack 2.2 million or thereabouts. And you see Romain using those chips to his advantage. The chip leader at this table is going to use a hand as weak as 10-7 offsuit from early position to try steal the blinds and antes, and is very successful on this occasion. And Apocalypse says, raise from space is a blast from the past. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's from my very first stream ever for Kings, which is about, like I said, 14, maybe 15 months ago. And it was for quite a large event, if I remember correctly. He was the winner. And this is what I'm saying about Virus getting creative, still off a short stack of less than 15 bigs. Somehow gets it through there with the 9-6 suited. A lot of players wouldn't even bother trying to steal that one. Virus is not afraid, not shy in the slightest. And what do I always say on this channel? A shy baby don't get no sweets. Virus is not going to be one of those shy players. Let's see some creativeness from him. I always love seeing what Virus or Race from Space is going to do next. They're well accomplished. You can look on their Hendon mobs. They're not afraid to put chips in the middle. Romain showing the goods there in the big blind with the ace-king suited. There was 42 left, but now 41 remaining. All players currently guaranteed €940. If you're just tuning in, you are watching the German Poker Days. This is the final day / morning. Romain going to call the min raise from under the gun. Dieter with ace-6 off suit. Ace Jack 3 is the flop. Quite a wide open from Dieter, by the way, off sub 30 bigs with a hand like ace-6 offsuit. Normally one that we're going to put in the bin. Does flop top pair though and takes it down and adds a nice little 5 big blinds to his stack.
If I go all in, you go? Yes! Pre-flop, if I go all in, you go? Please? Please? Oh, thank you. I can go with one card if you want.
It's enough, one card for in is enough.
Thank you, Donald.
3 pass. 4 pass. I don't. No, and the short
Robin just going to take down the blinds, and Andy's with the ace king suited. Getting a walk. Man, raising to 250 here from under the gun, +1, staying active. He's got King Jack off suit, and Dieter calling in the hijack with Ace 5 off suit. Heads up to the flop, and it's Jack 9-3, top pair for Romain. 2 hearts on board. Just wants to be betting. This one can get called by all the draws, etc., etc. Dieter not connecting with the board. Don't really like Dieter's call pre, by the way. Sub 25 bigs, just calling in the hijack with Ace 5 off suit. If it was suited, I'd be fine with it. Might even consider a 3-bet, but with the offsuit combination, just want to be putting that one in the bin. Romain picking up a pair of 7s under the gun the following hand, and Dieter picking up a big pair. The 2 ladies re-jamming for 21 big blinds. Romain asking for a count. This is going to be just too much chips for Romain. It's about a third of his stack. But Romain decides he wants to call. Massive call here from Romain. Especially given that it was under the gun against under the gun +2. I think this is way too big of a call. I'm not a fan at all. Best case scenario, you're in a flip. We can clearly see that that is not the case on this occasion. 4.4 million in the middle up for grabs. King, king, jack is the flop. Turn is the 9. River is an ace, and that is a great situation there for Dieter. Doubling up. What a gift. And Romain will still be playing 46 big blinds, but what a chunk of his chips he's giving away unnecessarily. Robin is going to call the open from Dieter. Dieter with the 2 black jacks. Raising off over a 40 big blind stack to start the hand. Robin with a little bit more, playing close to 60, is going to call from the button of pocket 7s. Flop coming king, 10, deuce. And Romain deciding he wants to defend with just queen 5 offsuit in the big blind. Do not like this defend in the slightest. If you are a fan of this channel, you know I don't like these offsuit combinations, even if we are getting great odds. And he is just going to lead here for 270k. And Dieter is going to call. We're going to see a turn card, folks, with 1.6 million in the middle. And Romain is deciding to double barrel. I like creativeness all day, every day, but this is a very strange lead on the flop, lead on the turn. We do block some combinations we want our opponent to have as well. Straight draws, etc. And we unblock spades and diamonds. Here comes the triple barrel. Was not expecting to see this. Don't know what you make of this one in the chat, but he's betting 750. Now, if you want a bluff like this to get through, you need to bet a hell of a lot more with those misdraws on board. You're just going to get picked off. Dieter picks him off with the jacks. blocking hands like King Jack. I really don't understand that triple barrel bluff. It doesn't make much sense to me. Usually you'll see players fire one into two opponents and it looks strong. And yes, he is repping a very tight and strong range from the big blind there, but Apocalypse says 75% pot if you're going to bluff. I feel like Apocalypse just knows what I'm thinking these days. He is well up to speed over the last year of listening to me and vice versa. Although I haven't got to hear him on the mic just yet. Apocalypse, you were dead right. I would want to be going 75%, even 100% pot if we are bluffing. And if we're bluffing there and we bet 75% to 100% pot, we are really repping a very thin range. And there are so many draws that miss there with both flush draws missing and straight draws missing. We have way better combinations we can do that with. So I just overall do not like it. I admire the man's moxie, but when we go bet, for that sizing, it's just a dead giveaway. I think we just have to call our opponent on the river, and if we're beat, especially with a hand as strong as two black jacks. Apocalypse says he's never studied a minute in his life. Don't get me on comms. Well, you are definitely picking up on things being a moderator week in, week out, and your continued support is not going unnoticed. It's funny, Apocalypse, because I don't normally talk about this on this channel, but I've found myself watching copious amounts of live poker in my off time after finishing the King's comms. Midweek and stuff. I'm not obsessed, but I can't stop myself, where before I didn't want to see any more after I was finished, you know. So I think the more you watch, the more you pick up. You say unless you want proper poker opinions and not repeating what an online robot says. Well, the digital age is upon us, my friend. It's all going to be robots from here on out. We're going to have robot wrestlers before it's all said and done, although they have so much character, by the way. I want to say that to you. I've listened to like 5 of those wrestlers now on the Joe Rogan, and they have so much funny stories, especially about like Andre the Giant, etc., etc. And Hulk Hogan's backstory is so fascinating. Yeah, no, Apocalypse, I totally agree with you. It's just like I've had the option to watch any amount of live poker midweek as I want, but I find myself tuning into the rivalries of the King's Resort stream, shall we say. And I've been also watching a good amount of hours of my good friend Alan Finn midweek, so I'm going to be very happy to get him back in the booth for the final day of the €1,650 World Series of Poker Circuit event. I have him scheduled and penciled in for that day, so I guess the universe will tend to unfold as it should. Virus raising to 215k from under the gun +1 off a sub 10 big blind stack. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about from Virus. Not expecting to see this. This is normally just a jam sub 10 bigs. He is going to use this as his min raise folding range, I presume. I don't think we want to be min raise calling with this combination.
7 pass, 8 call.
And Romain losing more chips. That's 2 hands in a row. He's lost a considerable chunk. Is down to 3.1 million. Is going to call. Do not try this at home, folks. He's calling with the 10-9 offsuit. Sometimes it will be okay to call with a hand like this, but we are facing a very early position raise with a hand with under 10 big blinds to start. So 10-9, just not going to cut the mustard here. It is King 8-7, an open ender for Romain, and Virus 1 heart on board. He can rep that he has a king in his hand, but He's not going to love this one. Not a great situation to be in. 680k in the pot. Basically a stack to pot ratio of 1-to-1. Just a little bit under. And Virus is going to bet 200 and odd K, and Romain is going to shove all in, and Virus forced to fold. And Virus now going to be playing 5.5 bigs. Romain is going to scoop some chips there after losing the last couple of hands. And Romain, this is his fourth hand in a row to play from the cutoff, raising to 295 with pocket trees. And a set for Romain. And Salt on the button here at pocket 8 is going to check back for his option. 840 in the middle. Romain going to bet on the turn. Looks like about 350. 300 is the bet. 300 into 840. A nice sizing. The ace of diamonds going to hit Salt's range a considerable portion of the time. And he will take that one down. Uncontested on the turn. I think he thought he was going to get some value. I love action on this channel, and Zolt not able to deal with Romain with his pocket 8 with 2 overcards on that board. Romain playing a lot of hands, staying very active, and I'm interested to see how this unfolds as we go forward. There you see Virus folding a hand like pocket trees with just 3.5 big blinds. Understanding he's going to be up against about 4 or overcards at the very least. Bird says, how can you even think about calling? Well, you can think about calling because there's so much money out there up for grabs if you are successful. It is a pair at the end of the day, but I understand what you're saying completely. Romain with the ace king and Matthias with the queen 10, ace, queen 9 is the flop. Top pair for both, but Romain in the lead considerably, 70% equity to take this one down. Turn is the jack of diamonds. Now diamonds is the river. Romain will take that one down and go from 4 million to 5.5. Matthias has been eliminated, and that means 36 players remaining now. And we have a pay jump looming from 36 players to 35. 36th place will receive €940, and 35th place and above will receive a minimum of €1,095. And Virus has found his hand for 3.5 bigs, but unfortunately he is facing Musa. Musa has the kings, 10, 8, deuce is the flop. A little piece of it for Virus, but he is going to need an ace or a 10 to continue in this tournament. Turn is the 4 of hearts. He doesn't have a heart in his hand, and Musa now 88% equity as we hit the river. River is the jack of clubs. That means the pay jump has been reached. 35 remaining. We've had one more elimination, so 34 remaining now, and they're all guaranteed over $1,000. But of course, we are all chasing, all the remaining players chasing that first prize of €47,300. First, second, third, and fourth all going to get a $10,000 ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe next month. No, sorry, towards the end of November, before the end of the year. November was the word I was looking for. Top 5 in this tournament all gonna get a 5-figure payday. So a lot to play for here from a €200 buy-in.
He doesn't want to win the pot. He just wants to get rid of the oranges.
Yeah.
So,
No, look, I didn't put it all. I kept some.
275 better, huh?
Raise from Space says he doesn't even want to win the pot, he just wants to get rid of the oranges. We're not getting rid of the oranges just yet, fella.
Lloyd Bronson?
No, not that. Almost.
Almost.
Lloyd Bronson's son.
Here comes my orange Mackenzie. Mine? What was that face? Yeah, no, the dealers don't like me. It's not the same. He's always doing that face with me. I don't know why. I don't know what I did to him. I don't know his wife or something.
Tell you 10 times to put chips there. You always put new chips. You can't, you know, you can't.
Dealer? Please. Okay, do something.
New player to table, Cal is going to raise from the cutoff. Ace-9 offsuit, raising to 225. Queen 10-5 is the flop. Romain defending with the Queen 10 offsuit. We'll check call the flop, and turn is the ace of spades, and Mikael with top pair, 9 kicker. It's a bet at 225 and a call. Over $1 million in the pot now as we hit the river. The river is the 8 of hearts. Mikael is going to take this one down on the river. Bird says no value. Yeah, I feel like he should have went for some value there, but decided to just check his option. Understandable. A little bit too passive there, Bird. I totally agree with you. Dieter min raising from under the gun with pocket eights. Queen A2. King Queen 2 is the flop, and Romain in the small here with the Ace 8. Checking, not the biggest fan of his defend here from an under the gun open. I have to be honest, I feel like we want our hand to be at least suited here in this situation, and still then it's not strong of enough of a range for us to be continuing with. We want something like Ace Jack, Ace Queen, even King Queen offsuit, even King Jack suited. I could allow King 10 suited maybe, but Ace 8 offsuit going to play horrifically from the small blind facing and under the gun open. This one just going to get checked down. Passive play all around, and the counterfeit coming out on the river there. Dieter's pocket eights, no good. And Romain will win this pot. And it has to be said, he doesn't deserve that one. Romain VPIP is through the roof. It must be at least 80% here. So interesting to see how this continues for him. If he keeps continuing with this kind of style, playing every hand, it is a very risky business. Lucas Plana saying player 8 very lucky. Well, you see, when you're involved with 4 out of 5 hands, you're going to have to get lucky at least 1 in 5 times, and that is kind of what's happening with him at the moment. We've got some interesting characters at this table. I hope you're enjoying the show. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the German Poker Days live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Man Dan. I'm delighted to be here in the booth with you once more. Great to see so many of you tuned in on Twitch. If you're tuning in on YouTube, welcome. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and follow. If you like the channel, we're on all the usual social media platforms. We've got a TikTok channel as well, Poker. The King's Resort official on the TikTok channel for small content of poker. And if you want additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. And Luca says you're with him on the table. Well, I hope you're not typing at the table, because that's not allowed. No technology at the feature table. That is why we're on a 30-minute delay. We are live as live can be. Robin raising to 200k from the hijack and result in the small blind with pocket 10s. Now with 40 big blinds, I think we want to consider just 3-betting this one, or if we just want to see a flop, I think calling is fine. Anything with 30 big blinds or less, I think we could easily just 3-bet call it off, but with 40 bigs, it's okay to just see a flop more so than try to get it in. If it's against an aggressive player, I think it's better to 3-bet call. And on the turn here, the King of Clubs, $1 million in the middle. Hijack against the small blind, and Robin with the decision. Salt not too worried about this turn card, even though it is an overcard to his pair of 10s, and Robin is going to make a small bet here of 250k. Bet a 250 and a call, and we will see the river. And the river is the 6 of diamonds. What a pickup here for Robin. Boning up. Very, very lucky. And Salt is going into check call mode.
Did you play your hand on this table?
And Robin wants to bet here, and he doesn't need to bet too small. If he thinks his opponent has a king, wants to bet something around half pot. I think 650 sounds good to me.
Really? I don't know. In my book, it's short.
Goes for 550. Pretty close to what I suggested. Robin bets 550, and for Salt, he can beat some flush draws. Some ace high type hands that might be turning your hand into a bluff.
Honey. Obviously works better to play more hands. Somehow.
And Salt calling for 550, and I don't really blame him. I understand it. A non-believer, only one overcard to his pocket pair of 10s, and it's unlikely either player containing an 8. Let's be realistic here. Very unfortunate river card for him, giving his opponent a full house. Sometimes you just have to pay the man. As Apocalypse says, back, did you miss me? Well, it's going to be a very long night, so, I mean, maybe I will have lots of opportunities to miss you, but have you said your prayers and ate your vitamins is what I want to know.
Thank you. Thank you, River.
Apocalypse says, oh, prayers have been said, don't worry. Well, it's a good thing for you that I'm not religious, but I do like my vitamins.
Make that race to be committed.
I guess you are. I ain't got a hand to compete. Very simple. schon kacke gestartet. Wollen wir natürlich.
Die Qualifikation in Level 12 war der nächste auf 600 Meter. 600.
Musa
Keep getting this hand. I don't want it anymore.
essentially moving all in with the ace queen offsuit as the blinds have just gone up. 60k is the small blind, 120k is the big blind with 120k running big blind ante. 60, 120, 120.
I keep getting jack 3 offset. I don't know.
Maybe it's meaning that Jack 3 on the front. Maybe one, I don't know.
Thank you. You too. Be careful, I'm chip leader.
Better than Jack 3.
Much better.
Musa is going to take down the blinds and antes with the pocket kings from early position.
then 19.
6 pass. 8 4 showdown.
Flip.
Flipamente.
You wake out, no, not
Ace 10. Ace 10 against 7.
Good luck.
Well played. Either way. Nice fun.
Race from space, all in from the cutoff, and Romain calling him with the pocket sevens, and the flop is Queen Jack 9.
Queen on the turn for more spread. Come on.
Turn is the 4 of hearts, and Race from space needing help on the river. River is the 3 of diamonds, and Race from space has been eliminated. What a legend of a man. The first player that I had the pleasure of crowning champion at the King's Resort has been eliminated. Romain raising to 250k under the gun with pocket jacks. And Dieter in the hijack is going to call with ace queen off suit. Musa is going to get out of the way.
You and me again, huh?
On 10-7 deuce, Romain is going to bet 340k. And Dieter is just going to fold. I thought we might see Dieter peel one. He could have opted to 3-bet pre, but he decides to just call.
You don't have the time to do that shit.
pass. 5 raise, 250.
Mikael raising to 250k with Queen Jack off suit in the hijack, in the cutoff. And Robin is going to call on the button. Now Robin is calling with King Jack off suit. Because it's an unsuited combination, I would prefer to put this in our 3-bet folding range, but he does decide to just flat.
7 pass.
Raise.
1 minute. 8 raise, 1 minute. 5 pass. 6 pass.
That's going to get the job done. Romain is still remaining unbelievably active. We love action on this channel, so I love how much action he's giving, but you live by the sword, you've got to die by it. That's a lot of V-pippage. Robin is going to raise from the cutoff to 250k with ace-6 off suit. This is a fine open from the cutoff off this stack depth. We want to keep some of these kind of off-suited combos in our mid-raise folding range. I'm not the biggest fan of the ace-6 off suit in general. But on a tight-ish table, it seems like a grand open, especially when we're playing almost 6 billion to start the hand, or just a little bit over it. Romain is getting very frivolous here in the small blind with 7-6 offsuit, and that is putting it lightly. 8-3-3 coming the flop. We got three-way action and Salt with the king 9 of hearts. Checka, checka, checka. Turn is the 4 of hearts. Flush draw now for Salt. And on the river here, it looks like Romain is going to bluff on 8-3, 3-4 queen. And about 500k. We can say what we want about Romain, but he is not afraid of making bluffs, and that's what we love. And Bird says he missed a perfect spot for a continuation bet after the flop. He did indeed. But sometimes it's okay to just check it back, you know. You're going to bet on turn and river. As long as you have a plan. Romain getting away with murder here. And after the last few pots, Romain playing close to 10 million now. Not so long ago, he was approaching 4 million after a few ill-timed bluffs. That one getting through. This guy, quite the character. Interested to see how many bluffs he's going to continue to attempt. He's getting away with them so far. But like I already said, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. He's got a very aggressive style that works until it doesn't work.
Good hand?
Perfect hand.
6 plus.
Ivan is in the house. Said, how's everyone today? I am great, Ivan. How are you? Romain. Looks like he is 3-betting on the button here. Not sure if the graphics are incorrect, but my call is all in for him to call. Bear with us for a moment, folks. I do not think this is correct.
5 bets, 300.
There is no all-in call. It is just 800k in the pot. I knew I wasn't going crazy. Not just yet. Maybe by 7, 8 or 9 a.m. we will be, but Mikel taking that one down with the pocket fours on 9, 7, 7. Romain not going to continue with the queen, 3 of hearts. Ivan says he's good. Another amazing €200 tournament of Kings. Can you ask Leon to buy the Holland Casino, please? I'm sure Leon has enough on his plate without buying another casino or a resort. But yes, smashing it out of the park, especially when it's at the tail end of the summer. Everybody is busy, you know. It's a Sunday night. People have families, etc. And are spoiled for choice around the world for different events they can play poker in, but they choose to play at the King's Resort week in, week out. 365 days of the year, 7 days a week. Heads up to the flop, under the gun +1 with ace 8 of hearts, and cut off with a jack 10 off suit. Queen queen 6 is the flop. I think Robin just wants to be continuation betting. Betting for $250,000, and Romain basically V-pipping 4 out of 5 hands at the moment. Is not going to slow down and is going to call here, playing close to 10 million to start the hand. Is going to call for 250, 1.3 million in the pot as we see the turn. Turn is the 4 of hearts, giving Robin a flush draw.
We need the orange to do 18 or 16. So no cheap raise.
Ace jack from Robin under the gun, raising to 250. Romain in the hijack is 3-betting to 820k with the 10-8 off suit. Okay, I gave out with this guy with a few of his choice hands, but this one he's getting way out of line, but he's providing action and I like it. This guy is on a mission and he ain't slowing down, and I'm behind it. Go on, Romain. Give it to him, son. Zonk the box says that's maniac. It is a bit manic for sure. Romain getting away with it. But what's going to happen here, Zonk the Bonk, is his image is no longer going to work. It's going to pay dividends against him, because at the start, when you start to be aggressive, it's easy to accumulate chips. But if you keep continuously pounding on your opponents, they start to realize that you suddenly do not have hands as strong as, I don't know, even 10-9 suited.
Yeah, maybe you got the camera in his eyes, yeah.
Also, if they've got friends on the rail, within 30 minutes or the next break that they go on, they will know what's up. They'll know the sus. Hand 41, and this will be the last hand before the break, before we go on a redraw. 28 players remaining now, and a page unblooming from €1,095 to €1,285.
Go home, guys. Right.
Craze moving all in for 350 from the button. Robin is going to be priced in here for 230k more. Robin is going to call with the Jack 5 offsuit. More than priced in. 880k in the pot. Only 230 more to call. So he's getting about 4 to 1 on his money initially. Only needs about 20% equity to make the call. But we can see clearly on the screen he has 37% equity to win this hand with just the Jack 5 offsuit. Even better than the offsuit Robbie. A6-7 is the flop. Craze out in the lead, 2 to 1 favor to take this one down. Turn is an ace, just one card for Craze to survive. But the river is the Jeffrey eliminating Craze in 28th place, and that means we are going to go on a commercial break for about 20 minutes or just under. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned, because this is going to be a long night, folks. Go brew your coffee. Seatbelts and airbags are required for this one. I will see you all in about 20 minutes, just under.
Okay, guys. It's a redraw. This means you'll get table 38, 37, or 39. 38, 39, this is 37. Only 2 guys stay. Meter will be table 38. And with just yes. Florian, 38. No Florian? No, Florian is out.
Florian Perez is out. Was 3.
Passed it now.
Yeah, passed it now.
Oh, okay.
You want to choose the table, my friend?
Robin, you're Robin. No? Ah, Mikael.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. He's just like, yeah, no, I'm out of here. GG's. German just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now to 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City, provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. If a club finds its way to the river, could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Orpen brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Orpin is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor going to attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. Suppose the 3 10s, 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Orpin, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Orpin does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the snap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Orpin has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvorak, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Orpin is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking King 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like King 8, King of diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orpin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orpin just doing what Orpin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call. Am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
That sounds like some risk there, but
Smelt like 10-5 a diamond, something like that.
enough.
He makes the call. With the queens, second time in the space of 2 orbits. Up against Reed. Comes with the 3-bet on the button to do 100k. Start off this hand around about 45 effective. How deep are we here? 43 button. I mean, it's button v hijack. So very aggressive, very competent. Put out Punsri. Wow, he does announce all in. Chat, this is a chip lead pot here.
Wow.
And a snap call from Punsri. And again, he sees that he's got his opponent drawing 2 outs. Chat, this is the biggest tournament of the feature table after 13 hours of play.
Yeah, yes. I know. Queens again. Wow, good luck. Queen 2.
Well, well, well.
Possible.
Jack 5-3, all clubs. Reed picking up a bunch of outs and just has Punsri dead on the turn.
Hey, my friend, zweimal Queens verloren. What can you do? Wow. Queens, zweimal hoch.
Wow. Takes it on the chin like an absolute champion. Put out Punsri saying, what can you do?
Wow, nice.
Has Zidek drawing to 2 outs.
Nice.
Queens against 9s.
1.1.
Again for a chip lead pot.
1.1, yeah. 1.1, yeah. 1.6.
9 on the flop. Now had Rear drawing to 2 outs.
1 for 15.
Queens against 10s.
This is
Gets 4 flushed. Put out Punsri, still smiling somehow. Says, what can you do? I tell you what, chat.
1,450,000.
Wow.
That man on your screens right there.
450? Yeah.
Remember the name. Put out Punsri. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that young man from Thailand. Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind
9.6
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us
To give Orpin?
spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nicky B says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 of diamonds.
Combination nation.
Huh?
Combination nation.
Spot.
You sucked out on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with open, right?
And
Worth a
Nicky
shot.
P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Has Deeb in rough shape. 4.4 in the middle. Oh no. 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nicky P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come. 8 clubs on the turn. Changes nothing. Hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts. And Deeb
Take it down, bro.
eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place. 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world, upswing coach. And now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away
They come to you for advice now. How would they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
Or is it you're just used to being
December. So I'm going 7 hours back, right?
Okay.
So how
So
do
I'll explain how I did it from home.
Okay,
So what I do is, my flight left at 10 p.m.
right.
Right? I want to wake up around, and it's 8 hours forward.
Right.
So 10 p.m. my time is 6 a.m. there.
Right.
2 hours into the flight, it's about 8 a.m.
Right.
So I'm gonna eat at midnight, right? That's gonna be breakfast. Before midnight, I don't have any food. I fast the whole day
Right.
before noon. So like if you do earlier, it's even better. You know, anywhere from like 8 a.m. to noon, you have a big meal, satiate yourself, and then you basically the time that you will be asleep, you're not eating, right? Then when the new time, like, oh, I need to wake up here, it's like this is true in the animal world too. Like when
Right.
they eat, that's the start of their day kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the body's tricked into thinking that, all right, this is the new beginning of my day. I fasted during sleep.
So you fasted from 12 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
You
till
then got on
midnight.
the plane at 10 p.m. You didn't eat until midnight.
Yeah.
You went 12 hours.
I did 12. Yeah, 12 to
That makes sense.
anywhere 12 to 16.
And that was 8 a.m. Okay, I see.
Yeah. So basically, like when I had breakfast, when I had dinner or breakfast at midnight,
Right.
that's breakfast. Even
Right,
though it wasn't a breakfast,
exactly. Yeah,
but
yeah.
that was my new breakfast because I hadn't eaten,
Okay.
right? So your body's like,
I'm gonna give that a try.
yeah, it's there's science behind it. I'm not,
Yeah.
It's not just like old wives' tale from Phoenix. It's the real thing.
Yeah. I'll have to give it a try.
And then of course, if let's say it doesn't work or whatever, and you're up, it's like 4 or 5 in the morning. Don't eat.
Okay.
Like, that's the key thing is like if it doesn't happen the first 24 hours, like always make sure that you're not like eating,
Right.
4 hours before you want to wake up, because then
Right.
you're gonna stay all fucked up. This schedule here for these events though, it's so fucked up that I don't even know what time makes sense to wake up, because I think I'm playing a lot of 4 p.m. tournaments.
It's pretty late.
Yeah.
Pretty late.
4 p.m., 6 p.m. till 2 or 3.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
Alright folks, we're back. Ignacio De Rosa shoving all in under the gun and getting called. Christian with the ace jack. The flop is king 6-5, 3.4 million in the pot up for grabs. Turn is the king of spades. River is the ace of hearts. And Sabrito is in the house and Lucky Charms. Sabrito asked, is this ending today? It's ending in the morning. We will play until we have a winner. 26 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €1,285. And KM is in the house. Hello KM, how are you my friend? Robin raising to 275 on the button with the King Jack off suit. Will take down the blinds and antes. KM says, buzzing, less than 3 weeks to the World Series of Poker circuit events now. You're going to have a ball, buddy. I wish you the best of luck. It's going to be an amazing series. I am blessed to be commentating for this one. I will have Alan Finn in the booth with me for the final table. Alan just started his own Twitch channel and it's getting a lot of traction, a lot of support. Back at the ranch here, Salt raising with the ace king suited from the hijack to 325. Blinds are small blind 80k, big blind 160k with 160k running big blind ante. Apocalypse says, like a kid in a candy store, well, you know what, brother, you're right. Say your prayers and eat your vitamins. Don't think that's the best Hulk Hogan impression, but that was kind of what I heard on the JRE the other night. So it's going to be a long night, you know, as well as action. We like entertainment here, you know, got to keep it jazzy, keep the folks entertained at home. 9-8-4 ace is the board here, and Zolt turning the toppest of pairs, and this could spell trouble for Christian because he's from the small blind and he has top pair but an inferior kicker. Looks like he's going to lead here for 325 or 330 is the bet. Oh my word, what a river card here. The 10 of hearts giving Christian 2 pair, but is inferior. It's not inferior, it's superior to the ace king. And now it's Christian to lead. What a strange and crazy hand here developing. Now it's Christian leading for 300k and Zolt with the decision. I think we just have a clear snap call. There's no reason to raise here in the slightest, and there's no reason to fold. There is almost 2 million in the pot. It is only 300k to call, so therefore it is a no-brainer. This is a very strange move by Salt. He's shoved with one of the worst hands he can shove with, given the situation of 9-8-4 ace-10. He does see the bad news, and I understand he's trying to raise for value, but he's rarely ever going to get called by worse there. So it's just a clear call there with 2 million in the pot, just 300k to call. Could have just called and protected over a million chips behind, but decided to shove over the top. A subtle step perhaps, but not one that you want to get married to it there on the river with the ace king of spades. That all happened very fast. A lead from his opponent on the turn, and then Christian leading out on the river, getting jammed on. Never ever going to be folding, of course, with 2 pair on the river. Sammy from the big blind, defending here, flopping, top pair, top kicker, and this could spell trouble. Singer with 2 ladies from under the gun +1. Singer going to bet 750k, leaving himself at 1.5 million behind. I don't see any way this doesn't just go all in and call, or at the very least we see all in and call on the turn. One is the king of clubs. One goes check, check. Scare card for the queens. River is the 8 of hearts. And Singer is just going to check back, not looking for external value from the pocket queens. Just going to let it go to showdown. I'll be playing 4 million going forward with the queens. And Sammy very lucky to not go broke there with top pair, top kicker on the flop. Our chip leader Robin with 42 bigs, and our short stack with Thomas with 11 bigs and everything in between. Average stack around 25 to 30 big blinds at the moment. And Ignacio De Rosa raising to 400k from under the gun +1 with pocket kings. $24 players remaining now, folks. That means we've got 3 tables of 8. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the German Poker Days. Final day. We will finish this one out in the early hours of the morning. And Ignacio is going to bet 500k here on the flop of Jack 8-4. And look at this. Singer faced with the bet. All in to call is just going to let it go. And Ignacio is going to take that one down after a 750k bet from his opponent. Shoves over the top. And the jig is up. Singer will fold his 6s. 2 overcards out there, the Jack and the 8. And a nice pick up there from the pocket kings. And I see someone looking for a hoodie giveaway in the chat. We've never had a hoodie giveaway on this channel. If anyone should be getting a hoodie, it should be me. We've discussed this before. Jeez, guys, I'm well due a hoodie. Don't even care what day it says on it. If it's a Sunday hoodie, a Monday hoodie, or a Tuesday hoodie, I'm all game. Just send it to my doorstep. Exclamation, give out about not getting a hoodie. 24 players still remaining. There is a pay jump looming, folks, from 24th place to 23rd place. 24th place will receive €1,285, and 23rd place will receive €1,540. Singer raising to 2.5 times the big blind off a sub 15 big blind stack. Will take down the blinds and antes and now play 16 big blinds going forward. We've had one elimination occur, so the average stack is now 4 million, which is exactly 20 big blinds. 25 big blinds. Mac Money, who you might remember, had a deep run a couple of weeks ago. Got a nice score on his Hendon Mob, is back in the mix, raising to 350k. It's amazing the way the same faces keep popping up week in, week out. These regs really showing their talents. He is going to raise under the gun here to 350k off a 17 big blind stack. And on 9-6 deuce, Sammy defending with the queen deuce offsuit. Bit of a wide defend here from Sammy, but he is suited, I suppose. Does check his option. Mac Money going to bet 250k here. And for Sammy, he's in a difficult enough spot with his opponent only having 13 big blinds behind. Looks like he is going to just call. Turn is the three of clubs. No help to Sammy. Hopefully just trying to get the showdown at this point. And for Mac Money, it's difficult for him to get rid of a 9 here or a 6 with a double barrel, but he is going to pick up chips and bet about 500k here. Looks like 625 is the bet. And now Sammy forced to fold with just bottom pair on the board, and this is the problem when we defend with hands like queen deuce suited. Even if we flop a deuce, it's going to be very hard for us to continue. And if we do flop a queen, it's going to be hard for us to continue on turn and river with such an inferior kicker a lot of the time, even if we have top pair. And Sammy going to bump it up there and take it down. I think Christian should have opened from the hijack and not just limped. And the defend here by Singer has a good shot on ace 8-5, and Christian with pocket threes from early position is going to rep some of that board and take it down. And I wouldn't get behind often raising small pairs from early position. You often hear me talk about that on this channel, because they just don't play well post flop. But he did have the balls there to just rep the ace or something along those lines and take it down. Stop his opponent from check raising, puts the pressure on. KM thinks it's fine off 30 bigs. It is if you're going to keep repping on flop turns and rivers, but you see a lot of players opening and then they just decide to check back on flops or 3 overcards. So what I was trying to say was it's great that he just decided to rep it. If we're going to open and rep it when we have defense from small and big, then that's fine. But if we're just going to check behind on the flop, then it's just not worth opening in the first place. And here we have three-way action on 6-6-3. Check from Robin, and Ignacio is going to bet 400k. That's going to get a call by Christian. This pot suddenly getting bloated to 2.24 million. Turn brings a 3, so double pair board. Ignacio going to bet a $500,000, and Christian doesn't think long before calling. The river is the queen of clubs. At this point now, Ignacio is probably hoping to get a split, unless he's trying to open shove to rep an overpair. Stack to pot ratio about 1-to-1. And because he opened originally from under the gun, he can rep hands like aces, kings, even queens. But he does decide to just check, and it is going to go chop chop. And Till going to raise to 370k from under the gun +1. Queen Jack suited for Till. Singer with a very loose defend off 12 or so big blinds with King 10 off suit. Flop favouring Singer here. He's got a heart in his hand and top pair. Till with second pair but no heart. Is going to check his option. And Till isn't even going to defend there. I expect to see Till check call there a considerable amount of the time, but if we're going to be forced with bets on turn and river that is going to get us to fold our hand, then I can understand the fold. Very disciplined fold there by Till, but I understand it. Nice pickup for the King 10 with 22 remaining, and the average stack 4.2 million, which is good for about 27 big blinds. And DeRosa on the button, Jack 10 off suit, is going to raise to 350 until waking up with a monster here in the big blind. Ace Queen off suit, re-jamming for 2.2 million, but Ace Queen is going to get that one through. Nice pick up there for the Ace Queen off suit, adding 430k to his stack. Here is an update of the chip counts. Robin is your chip leader with 38 bigs. Short stack is Thomas with 8 and everything in between. Four players at the feature table playing 20 big blind and below. The rest all comfortably playing in or around 25 big blinds and above. Jack going to take that one down with the 9-8 suited. Robin playing a decent stack here. The white chips you see in front of them, all 100k each. Christian raising to $1 million here on the river. And with the nut flush, is going to just take that one down. Sammy trying to buy it there with a small bet. Pocketive says next weekend we have the big rap PLO festival featuring Hussein Unsan. I remember commentating on him last year. and Jan Peter Jakman, who just had an amazing finish in the World Series of Poker main event. And I had the privilege of commentating on the PLO Big Rap last year. Brilliant tournament. I think it was a €1,650 buy-in. And Laurie from the Scandinavian destroyed the final table. Took home a massive payday. So be sure to check out that one next weekend. Robin going to raise the 400k with the jacks. 100 to gun plus one. Sammy here in the small blind, 15 bigs because the blinds have just gone up. The small blind is 100k, big blind 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. I expected to see Sammy reshift this from the small, but it looks like he's just going to call. We are going to see a flop, and it is 5-5 deuce. Nothing in it for Sammy. Robin with the overpair. And Robin is going to go for the thinnest the value here, just betting 250k, which will get the call from Sammy. And what a turn card it is. It's the ace of spades. Sammy checking and Robin quickly checking behind. River is the 4 of clubs. And Robin just happy to try win the showdown, but it's not the case. Sammy wins a nice pot and adds $1 million to his stack, which is about 25% of his stack at this stage. 22 players still remaining. Rosa, 2 black jacks under the gun, is going to raise to 2.5 times the big blind. Playing about 23 bigs, 22 bigs to start the hand. Sammy faced with a decision here on the button. I think it's okay to sometimes call here on the button with a hand like ace-9 suited, but the raise is coming from under the gun. We are playing slightly short-handed now, about 7 players per table. Rosa will just take that one down. Robin not going to be defending with the 9-5 offsuit. Christian raising 600k from under the gun with ace queen of hearts. Ignacio is going to call in the big blind with king jack suited, is ace 5 deuce. And that is no help to De Rosa. He's just going to check fold. Christian betting 600k. We'll take that one down. Apocalypse asks, do I have a Twitch account I could whisper a pic to? BossHog42, I'd have to sign in. Or I could sign in on the break. Thomas all in for his last 4.5 big blinds. Pocket trees under the gun. The original razor. Obviously priced in for an additional 445k, so we are off to the flop. All in and call. 2.2 million in the pot. Thomas way out in front here with the pocket fives. It is Till that needs to spike a tree, but it's ace, queen, 10. Turn is an 8. And the river is a 10, so Thomas is going to double up here to about 11 big blinds. Thomas raising to 525 from under the gun with king 10 of hearts. Interesting open here from Thomas, considering he is only playing 10 or 11 big blinds to start the hand. Till is going to shove from the big blind, and Thomas, this is the problem by not shoving ourselves. We are priced in here and we're going to have to call it off. Forced to call it in, all in. Thomas is with the king 10 suited. Flop is 5-3 deuce. Good shot here for Till. Turn is the 8, and Thomas now needing help on this river. Just 15%, otherwise he's going to be crippled. He cannot hit a king or a 10. Till does not hit it straight, but it doesn't matter. He is going to add 1.8 million to his stack. So still 21 players remaining. We will have a redraw when we reach 18 players. All players currently guaranteed a minimum of €1,800. Sorry, they are guaranteed €1,540. We have a page on looming from 21st place to 20th place. Thomas all in by default here with the 6-5 offsuit. Jack 5-4 is the flop, and Christian with top pair, top kicker, set to eliminate Thomas unless he hits a 6 or a 5. Turns an 8, and Thomas can hit a straight now on the river with a 7. But it is a 3. Thomas has been eliminated. Christian will fist bump his opponent, scoop the chips, and now will be playing 6.2 million, which is good for 31 bigs. 20 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached. We are 2 eliminations away from the redraw. And we've had one more elimination at an outer table. So 19 players remaining now. Christian in the cutoff, 3xing with King Queen of Diamonds. Would prefer to see a min raise with the King Queen suited from the cutoff. When we full 3x, it gets hands like the one Sammy has in the big blind to decide not to defend, but it looks like he's still going to defend for the 400k. No. That ain't a defend. That's a 3-bet, folks. It's going to 3-bet to 1.2 million. The problem with this is from Sammy, it's just a min raise. So you're going to price in all hands to continue for just 600k more. The King Queen is going to continue, and it's Jack 5 deuce. Now, if Sammy wants to continue his story, he wants to bet about 600 to 800k here. Looks like he goes for 450, and I think for that price, Christian should continue and try to see a turn card. Jack 5 deuce, he can turn a lot of equity with a diamond or a straight draw or a king or a queen. So we are going to go on a short break, folks. There are 18 players remaining in the German poker days. This is the final day. We will crown a champion in the early hours of the morning. So go brew a nice pot of coffee, whatever is clever for you. Pick your poison, and I will see you all in a few moments.
Eight of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket fives. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what the
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in and calls.
5 away.
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
From either being down to 4.
Like, as a spectacle.
What did you have?
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
Oh, wow. I mean, I had naked sixes, like... Sixes? The worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair. And it's just like... Yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn? I mean, it's just like a nasty spot. Sure. That was such a long...
Sweaty turn card. Open, looking for a 6, 8, 10, or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams. And it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100k victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short in bracelet event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros. You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway,
You just love poker.
and let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, good. It is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Bam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that...
Celebs saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
Or society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that,
Button open from Nikki P. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big. Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? For 33 bigs. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. 3.1 million from Orpin, the cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. in a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102. Nail-biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deep with the 3-bet out the small. Nicky P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet. Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips. It's history about to be made here.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. 2 very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with them in this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather. Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh, wow.
King of spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace King 9, right?
Turn.
Well, it could be down to 2 million. 6-hit game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace 9 or King needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man
Finally win one.
extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely. Really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
Max Hansen was his real name. One like an EPT.
Oh, yeah.
Like oversold in another one and scammed people a bunch. And now he's dead.
Let's move it along. I'm sorry I brought it up.
He goes in now. He just goes in now. He's dead.
Hey, you suck out of me, you eventually die. That's the rules.
Fair enough.
I rarely get in ahead, so most of you guys are safe.
That's some brutal table chatter. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. Here we are. Green Dreams, I believe the answer is yes. Over 5,000 of you tuning in across the board as we jump back into this. How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? Small blind v hijack could be absolute carnage. King, Jack, Jack. Hand number 96 of the tournament.
He's got sweats, you know?
Adams with trip jacks. Queen kicker. Pidden with trip jacks. 10 kicker. Ace or a king would chop it. 2 to come, 1.9 in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. Adams going nowhere.
12.
Understandably so.
9-5 to be exact.
Deuce of spades on the turn, changes nothing.
No.
Pidden, understandably not slowing down on the turn. 1.3 into 3.4.
You fully retired now, or what?
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
You know that spot where you folded 7?
No.
I opened into Tim's big
No
blind.
active businesses.
Yeah.
8. Yeah, super tight spot for me, obviously. What would you 4-bet versus or pass? What would
Adams
you?
just makes the call. 4 spades. Backdoor spades do get there. 6 million in the middle. Don't think Adams will be folding to a jam if Pidden decides to. Doesn't outs all in. And
can I just have a confirm account?
he's just going to ask for a quick count before flicking in the call, one would assume. And we're going to be down to the final 5 players unless Timothy Adams folds trips here. Obviously losing to Ace Jack, King Jack. Does make the call. Jack no good for Pidden, outpipped by 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 5 players here.
Good game, man.
In the 50k Diamond High Roller. To lose Daniel Pidden in 6th place, 119,500 euros for his efforts.
What you had, King Jack?
5 seconds. 5 raise. 3,120,000.
All in.
6 is all in.
Wow.
5 call.
Blind v blind. Sam Grafton 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
Nah.
You're too professional. You didn't.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Too much.
Nicky P being honest, saying he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, he's going to have over 30 big blinds. Needs to fade a 7. And now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called them the Kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs.
Deuce of clubs.
Queen of spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen,
Somebody's gambling around.
now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, we have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
All right, we are back, folks. 18 players remaining in the German Poker Days final day / final morning. Hope you brewed your coffee and you're ready to go. Marcus raising to 450k, a new player at our table. We just went on a redraw, so 2 tables of 9 remaining. Marcus is going to be faced with an all-in from the cutoff for 11 big blinds with pocket 9s. Marcus opening off sub 35 bigs, and it is about 10 big blinds more to call, or just slightly less, so I would expect Marcus to be priced in here with the snowmen's. $3.2 million in the pot, 1.8 million to call. You can't afford it. In general, we don't really want to have too many situations where we would raise fold to a 12 big blind stack. Yes, we are going to be dominated from all those overpairs, and we are going to be flipping the majority of the time, but when we have 6 million in our stack, we can't afford it. If we lose this one, we're still going to have 20 big blinds, and if we win this one, we are going to be way above 40 bigs. So it is just one of those I'm going to call here. Sometimes we're going to lose, and a decent percentage of the time we're going to win. Does call the additional 1.8 million. Will get the bad news on this occasion, but I do not think he made a bad decision in the slightest. You will see a lot of players over folding in this spot, but for 11 or 12 bigs total, just got a call, and sometimes we're going to see the bad news, and the rest of the time we're going to be in a coin flip situation, or sometimes dominating. But he did open from under the gun +1, so a lot of the hands that were shoved from the cutoff will be out of that range. Queen 7-3 is the flop, and Luke with the 9 of clubs seals the deal on the turn. $5 million pot nonetheless, going in the direction of the pocket 9s. ECW King is in the house, says hello. Hello King, how are you doing? Nice to have you with us for the German Poker Days. ECW says, good Dan, looks like it's going to be a long one tonight, or there's big action. Well, we have 18 players remaining, which is actually a small number for the German Poker Days around this hour, but don't let that fool you. We had the Benelux Classics last weekend where we were at the final table in record time on the Monday. I just had my Monday Irish dinner, the leftovers. You know, you have your Sunday dinner in Ireland, and we're having the leftovers on the Monday. Usually have the leftovers around the first break-ish, so usually if it's the redraw for 16 players, or I wait until it's the final table. It just depends what's cooking in the pig's kitchen. But this time we reached the final table by 5 p.m. in Ireland, so it would have been 6 p.m. at King's, and we're like, oh, it could be a record for the fastest final table ever, because we had 5 eliminations in rapid succession. We had 3 duchies remaining, and we were four-handed for at least 2 hours before there was an elimination. So it was just quite interesting. And then eventually when they got three-handed, it was 3 duchies for the title. It was just really nice to see because there's so many duchies that tune in and they're always supporting each other. And it wasn't the Dutch Classics that they got to represent, it was the Benelux Classics, you know. But it was great to see. And the heads-up battle didn't take too long, but it was going back and forward. The three-handed and the four-handed battle was going on for ages, but I feel like I'm just waffling on here. My whole point is sometimes we can reach the final table in record time and it'll still play out for a considerable amount of levels, and other times it just seems to be bang, 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 bang. You're no stranger to this channel, you know the crack. But usually when you see 17 or 18 remaining at 2 AM at Kings, you think it would be maybe 5 hours before it's all said and done, but you just don't know. We've had one more elimination, so 17 players remaining now. All players now guaranteed just slightly over 2 grand, 2,075 euro. ECW King saying he is Dutch too. But they were drinking beer and they were making me jealous, if you want to know the truth, because it was going on for a long time. Sammy raising to 425 from the hijack off 27 bigs to start the hand, and Marcus is going to defend with the Jack 10 of diamonds. 9-7 deuce is the flop. Good shot, straight draw from Marcus, and he's got 2 overcards with no diamond in his hand, no diamond on the flop. And for Sammy, sometimes you want to check this, other times you just want to bet and take it down here. Looks like he's just going for a small sizing, and I like this from Sammy. Bet at 300k and just a call from Sammy. Turn is a jack. Marcus now with top pair. Really nice turn card here for Marcus and not so much for Sammy. He'd be happy to just go to showdown the majority of the time here. Really interesting double barrel here from Sammy. When we bet here a second time, we are really repping an overpair to the board, because the majority of the time we just want to be checking back. Wow, what a card for Sammy. The double barrel rivers the essential nuts for his hand, but he just decides to just check it back. Very interesting that Sammy double barrels and then just checks back. I know the straight gets there. There's a lot of 2 pairs on board. Surely one would think after betting flop and turn we should go for, at the very least, some small river value. Obviously not wanting to get check raised off his hand. And that's a very disgusting situation for the Jack 10, and a big shift in momentum there, because losing that pot very significant after calling flop and turn. Apocalypse says he's getting ready to get into bed. That's where your dinner is. Interesting place to keep your dinner. I understand. And ECW King says, hell nah, hell nah. That's justice for the ace king. Well, I don't know if that's a good example of using the word justice there. Like the Jack 10 had the best hand on the turn and had a lot of equity to call on the flop. So justice would be more like he had no business being in there. But I see what you're saying. The ace king not really having justice to bet that turn if we were to really break it down. With 17 players remaining nonetheless, and Tony is going to pick that one up and add a 500k to his stack. Blinds and antes now a $500,000 if you can just steal them. If you're playing a stack of around 2, 3 or 4 million, you're adding a nice portion by just taking that down pre-flop uncontested. Yeah, Apocalypse, thanks for tuning in. You're always an amazing moderator that helps me out. I'm sure I won't see you tomorrow because we are going to play down to a winner tonight. So I will see you next weekend nonetheless. Now say your prayers and eat your vitamins, you hear? No problem, brother. Sammy raising to 425 with the ace-jack off suit. ECW King is going to hang around for a moment or two, I imagine. Dan Hogan. I don't really get into too much of characters on here. I try to just be Action Man Dan, but yeah. Hermit the Hog, I think I'm called these days. I just seem to never leave my house, so. Or the estate, anyway. Been watching too much live poker, if you want to know the truth. Romain, who's been getting active non-stop there, is going to take down another pot. Yeah, it's funny, ECW, I was just talking to Apocalypse earlier about, I was watching an interview with Hulk Hogan on the Joe Rogan, and that's why I used that say your prayers and eat your vitamins thing, because he's a massive wrestling fan, but I'm more of a UFC dude. I love Tyson Fury though, so we try to find a middle ground there. And no, I'm not going to start doing impressions on this channel. Try to be all about the action. If I get sidetracked too much, well, I'd never be myself, would I? Two black ladies here for the German, and he is going to min raise, and I like this sizing. And for Mac, we had Mac on the stream at the final table last weekend. He had a disappointing finish, but it's amazing, isn't it? He's back in the mix again the following weekend, and he is down to the last 2 or so tables of the German Poker Days. It's incredible how much we see the same faces week in, week out. Once they have a deep run, they seem to have several deep runs. $993 is the flop, 2 clubs. Nothing in it for Mac except ace high. Sometimes we would just re-jam this one pre-flop if there's been an over-aggressive player opening a lot of pots, but I think calling pre is totally fine. Check calling the flop here now with just 8 big blinds behind. Could spell trouble, but it's not. It's the ace of diamonds. The queen's getting very unlucky here. 1.6 in the middle. They're essentially playing stack to pot ratio of 1-to-1. And 850 is the bet here. I really do not like this bet from the queens. With 2 flush draws on board, we just want to check and maybe go for tin value on the river. If we want to bet here, that's fine, but we're just going to be forced to call off. I can get behind this bet, actually. The more I think about it, the stack to pot ratio is so small, 1-to-1. It's just basically saying, look, I'm playing for it all. If you've got an ace here, then so be it. You're not meant to have much ace X in your range. And if you have a flush draw, you're forced to fold. Or if you want to call off, then so be it. If they were deeper, we just want to be checking the queens on the turn. Yeah, KM he's always at the back post for my thoughts. Like, is it way ahead or way behind? It's just an easier way of trying to say what I'm saying. But we can bet here if we're just saying, look, I'm ready to play for it all. You prefer pot control, that's totally fine. But when we are sub 10 bigs on the turn, we can just go for it. Like, it's very unlikely our opponent has an ace. It's very unlikely our opponent has a 9. And he's just trying to price him out of calling with a flush draw or some form of equity. And that's the name of the game, right? Deny our opponent's equity. And now, look, Pizza hates this, but it's 875 to call. There's 4.2 million in the middle. He can never bet on the turn here for 875 with the intention of folding when he gets shoved on. If we are betting here on the turn and our opponent only has 4.5 to 5 big blinds behind, we are betting to commit ourselves and we want our opponent to know that we're committed. And now if we go against everything and all our logic that we had in the hand and just fold, it's tragic for our stack. But if we do that, we're essentially turning our queens into a bluff. He's getting over 5-1 on a call. Although he is really worried he's beat now against an ace. If he was planning on bet folding, he should just check back. Potcommit.com is what I would say, KM. Nice to have you with us, by the way. Just seen you dropping by. It's going to be a long one. To be honest with you, when he bets 875, we shouldn't be taking this long when our opponent jams. Yes, we are going to be behind a considerable portion of the time, but we have made our decision when we bet almost $1 million and it's less than $1 million more to call, that we just have to call. Just call for 875 more. There's 5 million in the middle. What a turn card here from Mac, by the way. incredibly lucky. Pizza gets the bad news and will be left with 11 bigs unless he can get extremely lucky with a lady on the river. Instead it's a 9. Mac with the full house will take this one down. I know it might seem, guys, that I'm being a little bit harsh towards Pizza not calling quicker there, especially when you break it down and we can see the cards. He's going to be behind so much of the time, but when we bet 875 and it's 875 more to call and there's over 4 million in the pot, we are getting over 5 to 1 on our money, and those times that our opponent does have a flush draw, we have to pay the man, and that's just the way it is. If we are to fold there, then we basically turn our queens into a bluff, and there is no need to do that on the turn. But KM is right. He said you're either way ahead or way behind. No need to bet, prefer pot control. And I can get behind that, but with 2 flush draws on board, I think we just want to bet call it off. We see some crazy situations where players just get in on the turn there with diamonds or clubs. KM says check is the best option, small bet is the next. I mean, how much smaller are we supposed to bet? Like, maybe we could just shove. It doesn't really matter if we're getting it in. And Pizza, very unlucky in that hand, and he's about to get even more unlucky here because he's shoving for 11 big blinds under gun +2, and De Rosa on the button is going to 3-bet to 5 mil with the ace king off suit. Queen 9-8 is the flop, and a bit of luck here for Pizza, but a lot of unluckiness here for De Rosa. Turn is the Jack of Hearts. Pizza set to double up here to almost 5 mil, which is 25 bigs. Deuce of diamonds hit the river. De Rosa getting very unlucky there. Pizza loving that one, of course. And KM says, although I think he can still fold after his big bet gets raid because there's no bluffs. Yeah, maybe he could just, I mean, he bet very small on the flop. He bet 250. If I bet 400k on that turn, I would much rather just check, unless when we bet that small on the turn, KM, we're doing that to just check the river. And if we think we are going to get check jammed on by clubs or diamonds, we're better off just checking, as you said initially. James says, well, after the ace hits the turn, his queens are not a triple bet anymore. No, they're definitely not a triple bet. That's why I said about 5 times there on the turn. I said once we bet, we have to call. I know it's very unlikely our opponent isn't shoving with an ace or a big draw, but once we bet 875, we have to call it off for 875 more. I don't think we want to be going for 3 streets really with 2 flush draws on board. We're playing very short stack poker. I think we can easily check back the turn if we are playing 20 to 30 big blinds behind. When we are dealing with situations that are 10 big blinds and less, I think we just want to be bet calling against small and big blind the majority of the time, especially when we've hands like queens. Even if the ace hits the turn, it's crazy how many hands will just fold, like weird flush draws will just decide I don't want to play for it all here, or even a weird pair. Maybe I'm just giving the big blind not enough credit, but we see it time and time again. They usually rejam their big hands and aren't just going to call willy-nilly. And on this occasion, Romain from the hijack has raised called. I missed a little bit of this action. De Rosa from the cutoff, calling it off. Romain needs to be noted, KM has been playing about 80% of all the hands at this feature table. He's getting sidetracked by that hand that I kind of missed a small bit of that action, but we do see Romain with 7-5 of hearts, sending about 40% of his stack in the other direction. Romain's VPIP must be at least 75, 80, maybe even 85%. So that's something to keep an eye on going forward. Blinds have gone up the previous hand, so 150k is your small blind, 300k is the big blind, with a 300k running big blind ante. Till is deciding to raise from a 10 big blind stack with ace jack off suit. You see a lot of the top pros on GG doing this these days. I would just prefer to shove this all in with combinations like ace jack off suit. We're from early position. I'm all about the min raise with strong hands and hands that we want to min raise fold with off like 8 to 13 bigs. But I think with ace jack here, we just want to shove and take down the blinds and antes off this stack depth. But he does take down the blinds and antes and adds 750k to his stack. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. He's now playing 3.8 million, adding nearly $1 million to his stack just by getting that through. It would have been the same result had he just shoved. And Luke all in. Marcus with the rejam from the big blind, getting called by the pocket tens of Luke. Marcus with king jack of clubs. I think this is a fine rejam for Marcus, considering it's a mid position towards late position open. It is all in and called nonetheless. Ace, ace, deuce is the flop. 26.5 big blinds up for grabs. Turn is the queen of diamonds. Marcus needing help on this river or he will be eliminated in 17th place. Unlucky Marcus. Nice pot there for Luke, and he is repping strong in that colourful glitter jacket, now playing 7.7 mil. 16 remain, so we will have 2 tables of 8 going forward. And that means a pay jump is looming from 1,800 euro to 2,075 euro. That is the difference between 18th and 17th place. Sorry, we have 2 tables of 8 now, so 16 remaining. My apologies. We are going from 2,075 euro to 2,350 euro. Sorry, it seems like the graphics in the top right hand corner of the screen are telling me there's still 21 players remaining. That means they are all guaranteed 1,540 euro. And the chips you see in front of you, in front of the players even, those pink chips are now 500k a pop. White chips are 100k and the green chips are 25k. Fives for Tony P. And he will take down the blinds and antes. is just going to open rip from the button here. Sometimes I don't mind this when we are sub 20 bigs, but I would prefer to just raise call with a hand as strong as ace king suited. And Dave is in the house. I remember him tuning in last weekend. He said it was so amazing. Dutchie coming first, second and third. Yeah, it was fantastic to see that. There's so many Dutchies tuning in on the chat week in, week out. Massive fans. It was great to see. Any Dutch left now? I'm not too sure about that one. The German poker days happened very fast in one night, so we've no additional information about the outer tables, but if there are any Dutch left, we'll find out sooner or later. And Sammy opening with Jack-10 of clubs from under the gun until shoving with 8s from the hijack. This is one of these really awkward spots when it's only 10 bigs and Jack-10 suited going to have a ton of equity, but it does indicate about half of our stack. So we're just going to make the tight lay down, preserve our stack and find a better spot instead of just calling 3 mil and then suddenly we're the one left with 10 bigs if we are unsuccessful. If we do call and win, however, we are close to 30 bigs and approaching 10 million chips. I would not like to be making a habit of raise folding with a hand like Jack-10 suited or Queen Jack suited. It just has so much equity for the stack depth of 10 to 12 bigs, but I understand it with just 2 tables remaining. And Dave says last weekend he watched the Dutch stream, and you remember how long there was 4 remaining. 3 Dutchies and a German, I think it was, or sorry, no, a man from the Czech Republic. And then once they got 3-handed, it took a while though. We had 5 rapid eliminations in succession at the FT, and then the 4 players remaining giddy as schoolgirls, having secured the 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event that will take place later on this year. And there is 4 tickets up for grabs in this event also, so things will get quite squirrely and tight when we reach about 5 or 6 remaining. So bear that in mind, because this is going to be a very late stream. Pizza is going to min raise here under the gun. So we've got 2 tables of 8 remaining. As you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, 16 players remaining from a starting field of 1,872 entries. pay jump is looming that I aforementioned from €2,075 to €2,350. De Rosa is just going to call here in the hijack with ace, 9 of hearts, and Tony in the big. What an ideal situation for him with the two Jeffreys. Just wants to be rejamming this one. So much money to take down pre-flop, uncontested. And if he is called, he's got a very strong hand in the pocket jacks. What a lovely pick up there for the pocket jacks.
almost showed it. You were tempted.
And it has to be said, folks, that was an incredibly tight fold there from the big blind with a hand as strong as Jack 10 suited, just not willing to gamble. We're not going to get much better opportunities to call off for that stack depth with a hand as strong as Jack 10 suited, blind v blind. King 7-3 here, and both players with the same hand. Hijack against the big blind. And now Sammy betting 450 and Romain snap jamming him all in. Sammy going to go into the tank, but I don't think Sammy was here at the table for long enough to see the way Romain has been playing. Like, Romain is playing about 70 to 85% of all hands. And although this looks like a difficult decision for Sammy, it's really not off this stack depth. Once we open a hand as strong as King Jack and flop top pair here, King 7-3, one of the driest boards you're ever going to find in No Limit Hold'em. And when we were playing sub 20 bigs against a very aggressive player like Romain, we just have to call here. This is a dream scenario. A lot of the time we're going to be against an inferior king, maybe even a hand like Ace 7, Jack 7, Queen 7. All the inferior kings like King 8, King 9, King 10 that didn't want to rejam pre. It's a weird situation here for Sammy because a lot of the time here it seems a bit like you're slow rolling. It's such a strong hand. I'm just seeing here on the Twitch chat, Hannah Disco in the house with very similar thoughts as my own. He says Jack 10 is a snap jam, 7 big blinds, 5 big blind. Yes, I totally agree. Says it's going to be a long night. Well, it's not our first rodeo, is it, Hannah Disco? It's the German poker days. It's always a long night for the German poker days. The clock is being called. It seems he's going to have 60 seconds to act. He has been thinking for over 3 minutes now. I think this is a little bit outrageous, but if he ends up finding the fold, then who am I to say anything, really? It's just like he's never against King Queen, okay? He's never against Ace King. Shouldn't be against 7s or 3s. I am shocked to see that fold. Wow. Okay. Fair enough. At least he thought for that length of time and came to the conclusion he didn't want to call it off. Hannah Disco says it was a knit roll, and then says, wow, yeah. It's not often, or basically never, that Action Man Dan is speechless or lost for words, but if we're going to be folding hands as strong as King Jack, top pair Jack Kicker on King 7-3 is one of the driest boards we can hope for in Hold'em. If your opponents start getting that information on you, it's going to be very difficult to get away with doing anything if you're on the bluffing spectrum. And then when you do have value, people are just going to give you credit. And Disco says, get me the kings. Indeed, buddy. Indeed. Sorry, Hannah, I presume you are a woman if you're calling yourself Hannah Disco, so I keep saying buddy and pal. You know the way things are these days, but my apologies. And if you are indeed a woman, then isn't it great to build the poker community for ladies? We want more and more of them playing the game. Now you're going to tell me, well, Hannah's actually my wife and this is my second account, but I have to cover myself, I suppose. Maybe it's just your favorite name. It could be the name of your dog. I don't know. I'm just here to call the action, allegedly. AM says, cancelled, mate. Okay. Are you on about the players at the table? Are you on about Hannah? Or are you on about me? You would have to pry this microphone from my dead cold fingers even, maybe hands. Tony betting 750 with his top air top kicker. It's great that you're interacting on the Twitch Action Army for the German Poker Days, because sometimes I feel like I am talking to myself. KM says I assumed his gender and I can't get away with that these days. Oh no. Oh dear. Well, maybe you assume mine. You know what they say about assumptions. Sammy, 700k to go with the King 7 of Spades. Gotta love the Action Army around this hour. I love it. Keeps us going. We're all about growing the channel. Give us a like, subscribe and a follow. Especially on Twitch or YouTube. We've got new videos there every week. Pizza moving all in from the hijack. Here's the problem with opening hands like Sammy's one with A7 suited off sub 15 bigs. When we are shoved on and it's sub 10 big blinds, we are getting a great price to call off. It is rare, especially in the online streets, that you will see someone raise fold to a 10 big blind stack. Pizza will, however, pick this one up. And Disco says, woke nonsense. Well, I'd rather be broke than woke. Or is it the other way around? What a jacket there by that man. Suits him. I don't know if it would suit me as much as it suits him. I'm still waiting on my King's tracksuit in the post and my Sunday hoodie from Bird. I hear 2024 is going to be the year. Romanian to cut off over 10 million now he's playing. He's going to raise to 725 with the ace queen offsuit. Luke is going to make a mandatory defend with the Jack 10 suited. Queen Jack 7 is the flop. Romain bets 725. And Luke is just not even going to bother seeing a turn card at backdoor diamond, second pair. I think that's very tight from Luke, but also very disciplined. Maybe he has a live read on his opponent using a large-ish bet. If we call on the flop, we are putting in a considerable portion of our stack, hoping to hit a diamond, a jack, or second pair. Sometimes, if our opponent has been really aggressive, opening from the cutoff, we could just opt to rejam there. But I expected the big blind to see a turn at the very least. So, Till with another re-steal with the ace-jack. That's two steals that have worked for him with the ace-jack offsuit. Tony taking down the blinds and antes with his ace-5 offsuit. Still 16 players remaining, folks. Pay jump looming from 16th to 15th of about €300. And the pocket nines just going jam, take down the blinds and antes. And you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, we've had one more elimination, so 15 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €2,350. Blinds have gone up. The small blind is 200k, big blind 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. That's 200, 400, 400. Sammy going for a very interesting open off a sub 10 big blind stack. You wouldn't see this often. Does flop top 2 after Till defends with Queen 9 of clubs. And a quick check. Now 2.2 million in the pot. Sammy doesn't need to bet much to set up a river jam. Even 600 to 800k seems like a decent sizing. But because there is 3 diamonds on board and 2 pairs in straights, does decide to use about half of his stack as the turn delayed c-bet. Doesn't matter anyway, the Queen 9 of clubs is unable to continue, so he will just take down this pot. And an interesting situation developing here. Sammy raising from the hijack off about 12 bigs until shoving with ace queen of diamonds from the small blind. And again, with this kind of stack depth, we don't often want to be raising hands like ace 8 suited and fold to a 10 big blind stack, but when we are playing sub 20 big blinds behind, it just becomes way too much of a casualty for us to call off here. So a really nice rejam and takedown. Standard stuff really with the ace queen suited. And we've got action here, folks. The king-queen offsuit folding from early position off about 14 bigs. And Pizza shoving for sub 10 big blinds in the cutoff. And Romain waking up with the pocket nines, dominating the ace-9 of spades. 7.3 million up for grabs in this one. It is all in and call. 14 players remaining now, and it's 8-5 deuce, 1 spade. Pizza needing a lot of help here to survive in this tournament, or we will go forward with 13 players remaining. Turn is the 5 of clubs. That's a very safe card for the pocket nines of Romain. River is the queen of clubs, and that seals the deal. Pizza has been eliminated. So all players remaining now guaranteed a minimum of €2,625. That means we are 4 eliminations away from the final table of the German Poker Days. And it looks like we've had one more elimination on the outer table, so 12 remaining now. That means the pay jump is looming from €2,625 to €2,925. They're dropping fast, folks. Romain applying the pressure here, staying active on the button, 9-8 offsuit. Now Mac with 6 bigs. We've seen him make very loose defends last weekend when he made the final table. A hard player to eliminate with Jack-8 of diamonds and just 1 big blind to call. For 550 more for him to call. I think he should probably just call. We are going to miss the flop a considerable portion of the time, but the times we do, the Jack-8 playing well. Button against big. Almost 2 million in the pot already, so getting very good initial odds. And he will call the 550, so we will see a flop with 2.5 million in the middle. Stack to pot ratio of about 1-to-1. Top pair for Mac. Could see it all go in here. Romain with an inside straight draw. Looks like it's an all in and call. Romain with about 20% equity here. Mac in great shape. Turn is the queen of diamonds. And the river, the jack of hearts. Mac will double up to 6.7 million. Doesn't hurt Romain too much. He's still going to be playing very close to 30 big. And 12 players still remaining. And Romain all in and call, put off against the big blind. 8.5 million in the pot here. Romain with the king deuce off suit, and Sammy set to double up. There was no king of kings on the river. You live by the sword, you die by it. Romain getting very, very aggressive there with just a hand like king deuce off suit. This is what happens, folks, when you play 70 to 80, even sometimes 90% of the hands in play. Really nice double up there for the ace queen. Touchdown is in the house, looking for the payouts. He says D-Gen style. Well, I mean, it's the German poker days. What you see is what you get. The same way when I'm commentating, Action Man Dan loves providing you the action, but I gotta call it as I see it. And it has to be said, I like players that are willing to play for it all. They're not afraid to put chips across the line. It makes my job a hell of a lot easier. I am all for action and being on the side of being more aggressive than being more passive. And when you play an event like this, I played a lot of them in Ireland back in the day. I am a turbo specialist at heart. That's my forte. It's how I built my game for many years. Not so much anymore. I'm more into the deep stack kind of things. But Romain knows, and every other player remaining in this field knows, that it's going to end at the early hours of the morning. And yes, they are playing for significant, and for some people, life-changing money. It's a lot of moolah. I don't care how much you've ever won. It's still €47,300 and a 10 grand ticket. But I like that the players in this field are taking a different approach to, like, okay, yeah, let's play this over 20 hours. KM says, from turbo to deep stack, you must be getting old. Yeah, I look like a very fast aging Polish Tyson Fury, if you want to know the truth. You'll know someday when I meet you in person and say, hey, I'm the guy. It's me. It's the tall Irish guy drinking at the bar or on the comms. Hopefully it'll be at King's and I'll be at the feature table playing for a mill ball. 9-5 deuce is the flop, all in and call, 16 million in the middle. And Romain has been very unlucky, it has to say. He just went from about 16 mil to eliminated there. Sammy waking up with a monster from the small blind. I don't think Romain done much wrong there on that hand. The king deuce, obviously a blunder. The pocket sevens most likely gonna raise call anyway. Not trying to sugarcoat it, folks. He did have a lot of chips. He was playing almost every hand at the table. And it provides endless amounts of action to commentate on instead of guys folding with like 5 big blinds, etc. If you're a fan of this channel, it's not your first rodeo, you know exactly what I'm speaking about. So Sammy now suddenly playing 42 big blinds, and he was a short stack not so long ago. Mac in the mix here with 16 bigs, Till 14 bigs, Tony 12 bigs, and DeRosa, your only player at the table under 10 bigs, was still playing a very workable 8 big blinds. $11 remaining. All players remaining now guaranteed a minimum of €2,925. So the average stack, about 21 or 22 big blinds at the moment. As KM says, from turbo to deep stack and everything in between. KM says he's done some calculations that he's playing about 25 grand worth of tourneys during the World Series of Poker Championships. Well, I've got news for you, KM. I've done my maths also, and I'll be commentating on tournaments worth about 25 grand or more during the World Series of Poker circuit events. Not sure how many bullets I will have in my chamber. Only time will tell. So we're playing 6-handed on one table and 5-handed on the other. 2 eliminations away from the final table. Sammy, now playing 42 big blinds, is going to raise with the pocket trees to 900k until on the button with 11 bigs, ace queen suited. Only one way this can go. I don't believe it. I'm not sure if the graphics were correct there, but I do not believe he just folded ace queen suited. We've seen him taking those rejams like 2 or 3 times already, so I am shocked and appalled to see him folding a hand that strong, 5-handed. Surely he would want to be rejamming that one all day, especially against Sammy, who has been quite active. And Marcel Van Vorst, who was tuning in last weekend. Nice to see you back in the mix, buddy. He says, no fucking what way. Folding ace queen suited. Yeah, I have to call it as I see it. We are playing for a lot of money, but that is just a golden opportunity to rejam. And if we are called, so what? We've got a stellar hand there. If we lose the flip, then so be it. But we have to say, like we always say, you know, it's easy to commentate from home when we can see the cards. Players probably haven't played for this kind of money before, which is often the case, more than likely. 4 times out of 5, that is the case, you know. And Sammy in the small blind with ace queen offsuit. Is going to go for the full 3x. I think Tony just has to put it all in here with a hand as strong as ace-9. Sub 10 bigs to start the hand. Does decide to just call. Very interesting from Tony. Flop is 10-8-4. 2.8 million in the middle. And Sammy is just going to check. Turn pairs the board. I would have expected to see Sammy just shove all in or make some form of a bet on the flop, but decides against it. River is the jack of spades. Not a good card here for Sammy's range. Does block straights. Is just going to hope to get the showdown. And Sammy on the button. Ace king off suit. 900k to go. And Tony with a hand as strong as king jack is just going to call here. He's leaving himself with just 5 big blinds behind, so this is risky business from Tony. Queen 9-6 is the flop. And if Tony checks, Sammy just wants to be moving all in. But decides to just check behind. Turns the 7 of clubs. And the turn is going to go check, check also. And the river now, the king of hearts, which is disastrous for Tony. Sammy just wants to move all in here. And I don't think Tammy or Tony can fold to Sammy here. He's only 5.5 big blinds behind. There's almost 5 million in the middle, which is about 12.5 bigs. He's under reps. This hand has been quite strange to commentate on, to be honest. Not often we are going to see someone call from the small with just 5 bigs behind with 10 or 11 left in such a big tournament. But my thoughts are this: when it's gone check on the flop, check, check on the flop, check, check on the turn, and you've top pair on the river, and you also block straights, and you've only 5 big blinds behind, you are forced to stack off here. If your opponent has you beat with a hand like king, queen, hearts, a straight, or ace, king, then so be it. And yes, he has seen that Sammy has played quite tight in a few spots and has shown to be quite passive on flops and turns, but it's just not enough chips behind to get away from it here. Tony is going to call it off. And Sammy is going to be going to the FT of the German poker days with a very large stack of 60 big blinds. We're seeing some strange plays here, folks, from 18 to 9 players. But that means we are going to come back with one table. We're going to go on a break here for about 15 to 17 minutes. If you're staying tuned in for this long, don't go anywhere yet, because we have a lot of action yet to go. Get a coffee, feed your dog, do what you got to do. We will be back in a few moments.
Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Helmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes a call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, she's going.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Going to continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand, Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8. 2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call, chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. Dean-Eggs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do, blind v blind with that run out.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was like, going to give up.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to 2nd in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play. And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help The Cobra wants a little snag of a toe. Chat, I'm getting delirious. Okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out Pappy. I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming every live situation at the moment and winning. Yeah, dodging bullets, baby. I'm going to run into it eventually. BNK saying, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early for me. I'm going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So, 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to pull an old Rose Stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Punat Punsri earlier on. And well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. .34 big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. Could have been that 10 spot earlier. Riyadh just gets to click, call, cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record-breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Berkmoos drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. 8 diamonds changes nothing other than the tease of it being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Gonna lose Danny Berkmoos in 43rd. GG's, chat.
I think also.
Start of the
we
day
will
too,
not
yeah.
make it. We can bet.
This even way less people actually.
Less people than the last time, yeah. Because the last time was like 83 or something.
The
and now
DJs are
it's
trying to have a bet at the table whether they will make the money before play is ended
I
for
don't
the
think
evening.
we get bubble. Well, one level, no, I don't think so.
Everything is too slow.
One level more, 20 knockouts is asking for a lot. If it is one level more.
I think also too slow.
Erkan continuing on Jack 8-6, 2 spade flop. Here and a flush draw for Erkan. Patrick with middle pair, queen of spades in his hand also. Bet of 22k and a call, over 100k in the middle now as we see the turn. Oh, the turn is the 8 of clubs, giving Patrick trips now. Erkan most likely just going to take a free card, try hit a spade on the river. And he does do just that. 4 of spades hitting the river, giving Erkan the nut flush.
Bet 60.
Patrick with a bet of 60k, 60% pot. How much can Erkan raise to get called by an 8? And how is this going to look to Patrick?
160.
160. Patrick getting 3-1 on a call here for 100k more. Patrick calling an unbeliever with his 8.
Yeah, nice flop.
Nice pot for Erkan, adding 222k to his stack. That's the first real hit we've seen Patrick take.
Thank you.
2.3.
2 million back.
Thanks.
Right? 4.6. 2,060,000 back. If you want it.
All in.
He does announce all in with the A6.
The card, and then I'll have to look at the other one.
See what D-Nex wakes up with.
That's probably coming. Let's see what the other one is. Why is it always ugly? Oh, never mind. That's plenty. Plenty good against this man. He goes only with 9-4-6. I saw him before. Huh? You saw him before. Okay, I'm all in.
D-Nex makes the call. Cards on their backs.
Oh, he has an ace? How do you get an ace?
Ben Heath.
Remember what we were saying about best hand? Let's have the worst hand win.
Came into this final table as chip leader.
Yeah, have a good hand. I shoved. Yeah.
Been a bit up and down if he can hold here.
He would have shoved. He would fold A6 off for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Play suited.
He will stop Daniel Negreanu right in his tracks on winning bracelet number 7.
Where's the spiel about the best hand winning now?
That's what I reversed it. Like, let's forget all that.
To the flop, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a king in the window. Trip kings for Daniel Negreanu.
It's not over yet.
Hunting bracelet number 7 and in great shape to get the double here. Needs to fade the running Broadway of running clubs, and Ben Heath is dead on the turn. Would you believe? Chat.
is history about to be made here in Rozvadov?
Got the defensive.
Daniel Negreanu doubles up to 20 big blinds.
People on stream were wondering why you're calling King 8. Yeah, right. It's like the completely unrelated hand from the stone bubble.
What do you think about Martin Cabral?
Who?
Do you know Martin Cabral?
I do know, but I don't want to know him.
Why? You don't like him?
No, I don't like him. He is the most terrible human being. He's not even a human being. Yeah.
And have you played against him?
Oh yeah, we played many years, heads-up cash games together, sometimes in tournaments, but I don't like him.
And what you don't like about him, like his style or?
Everything about him just...
He's a good player. He talks a lot, a little bit annoying sometimes, but I think he's doing the right thing. With all the talking, he makes people nervous. That's why nobody likes him at the table. It's good for him, so he's a smart guy.
And have you played against him?
Yeah, I played 2 times. He was on my table.
And does it affect you or not?
No, not that much. I'm just saying I'm not talking to him, so I don't care what he says to me.
Well, I came first time in Kings like, I don't know, 10 years ago or maybe 12 years ago, so he was here in that time. So we never been friends, but he's not the nicest, not the worst. I think all he's doing in the table is part of his strategy or his, I don't know, I don't want to speak bad about him, but I know he's doing a lot of bullshit in the table and make people angry, but this is him.
You get affected by this or not when you're playing against him?
It depends. I wasn't, but some of people get just bored, no? Like, he's making it so often, and he's never stopping. But it's okay, his strategy, I understand it.
Personally, I don't think he cheated, but I played back in the days with him, and I can say it's like a pretty annoying person. For these types of people should be something like restriction. It's like he's all the time in his house, in his kindergarten. Doesn't matter if here in Rozvadov or in other place, and nobody can fight this kind of attitude. And it's not fair for the game, for the fair play or like that.
All right, folks, welcome back. We are live for the final table of the German Poker Days. 9 players remaining now. All players currently guaranteed €3,529, all chasing the first prize of €47,300. And of course, 1, 2, 3, and 4 will all receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, which will be taking place later on this year. So there is a lot to play for here at the King's Resort in Rozvadov. And we've made the final table very quickly, but I expect to see fireworks. Average stack here, still getting close to 30 big blinds, so still a lot of play. Fold all the way around to the cutoff here, and Felix with ace-6 offsuit. Playing about 32 big blinds here to start the hand, is going to come in for a raise. And Singer is just going to call here on the button with the Jack-10 offsuit. Sometimes I think this is totally fine, but with this amount of chips and given the dynamic and what they're playing for, I would prefer to see him either 3-bet or just let this one go. Does flop best here on 997. I can get behind him just calling on the button, the more I think about it, considering he is the chip leader compared to his opponent. He's playing about double the stack, 24 million playing 12 million. I expect to see a lot of the players at this FT playing very honest poker. They either have it or they don't. €200 buy-in. And if anyone is wondering the value of the chips, the green chips are 25k, the white chips are 100k each, and the pink chips now in play are 500k, so that's $500,000. And we've just introduced the 1 million chips. They are the yellow chips you see in front of certain players. Other players won't have accumulated any of the yellow fellas just yet. Robin in the small blind. Just going to complete here with a Jack-6 of diamonds. Now, Sammy could be putting a lot of pressure on the small blind, but decides to just see a flop. Does have some nice suited connectors. There's trips for Robin on the King, Jack-Jack. Straight draw for Sammy, and backdoor clubs also working for him. What a turn card it is. It's the Queen of Clubs. Could see a lot of chips go in here. The time for slow playing your trips is over. And if I'm Robin, I don't want to bet too small. Something around 800k seems good, even a million. Does go for $500,000. And Sammy is going to put in a raise. Wants his opponent to stack off here and now if he's got a strong hand. Robin is just going to call. He's got 10 big blinds behind. Stack to pot ratio almost becoming 1-to-1. River is the king of clubs, giving Sammy the straight flush. And this is why I would rather Robin just bet on the turn here. And he gets raised. With the double pair board, it's going to look like Sammy is trying to just get Robin to fold. What a horrible card here for Robin. He's got a full house. Unlikely that Sammy has a king. Sammy hoping he can get called by a jack or even a king. That's why I thought Sammy should go for a larger sizing. But he doesn't, just wants to get paid, and he does do just that. Now playing 26.5 million, and Robin will be playing sub 10 big blinds, 7 big blinds going forward. Sammy really establishing himself as one of the biggest stacks at this FT. Hope you're enjoying the show at home, folks, wherever you are tuning in from. Singer with a really nice hand in the hijack here with ace-5 of diamonds. He's going to make it 900k to go. And Robin with a mandatory jam here with ace-jack offsuit. Singer going to be priced in here for 5.5 big blinds more. Does commit the chips, 7.5 million in the pot. And Singer 30% equity, and 70% of the time Robin is going to double up here. Great spot here for Robin. But the flop is 2 diamonds, 9-7-4. Now it's a post flop coin flip. And what a turn card it is. It's the deuce of diamonds. Very unlucky there for Robin. Nice score all the same from a deuce buy-in, but Singer does eliminate another player and is now playing a whopping stack of over 30 million. And that means 8 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €4,550. And what a pickup here for DeRosa in the cutoff. Playing 2.5 big blinds, picking up the Rockets. He's all in, and Sammy is just going to call. Not looking to isolate here, which would be the mandatory play. Just to click it back and go heads up. Be shocked to see the aces of DeRosa. What a moment for the Italiano here to double up to 3.6 mil. It is King, Jack, Deuce. No help for Sammy. And the turn is the 5 of hearts, will seal the deal. So DeRosa will double up to 7 big blinds. Sammy still playing a very comfortable 50 bigs. So the average stack about 24 big blinds, 8 players remaining. Singer is just going to limp, it seems. Gets out of the way. We've got action. Dieter all in from the small blind for 11 bigs with ace jack off suit, and DeRosa all in for his last 7 bigs in the hijack with ace queen off suit. Six, 5, deuce is the flop. DeRosa in great shape here to double up Turn is the 6. A jack needed on the river for Dieter. Can get a chop. But the river is a lady. De Rosa celebrating and leaving Dieter with about 3.5 to 4 big blinds. KM is back in the house. How are you doing, buddy? Who else is in the chat? Let me know, guys, who's going to win this one. 8 players left. If you've been sticking around till this hour, might as well see this one through. KM says, well, it's a lot different than other FTs we've seen. Not sure there's a clear favourite. Well, that's what makes it fun. It is happening at a rapid pace though, KM. Has to be said. Sammy Minin from the hijack is going to let his 8-5 offsuit go. Sammy, a very strange player. He will open very wide, but then in other spots we see him playing very tight. Ian says he suspects these guys are knackered too. Well, it's not our first rodeo, KM. We know the crack. And they know what they see is what they get. But I understand what you're saying. There's no bagging and tagging. We're playing to a winner. The bigger stacks should be applying maximum amount of pressure to the smaller stacks at this table. And KM, I presume I'm right in saying we don't recognize anyone that's left, so therefore all players remaining won't have played for this kind of money before. It's a massive, massive amount of money to be playing for on a Monday morning in Rozvadov. They got to 50,000 euro from 200 euro buy-in and a 10,000 euro ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe and a title, of course. We all want that trophy. KM says he's played with C2 before but doesn't recognize any of the others. I was shocked to see Virus still in the mix. Dude is just deep so often, it's crazy. We need a new hero to emerge, KM. What do you reckon? Sammy min raising. Dieter going all in for his last 4 bigs. Sammy is going to be priced in here, of course. So we've got a coin flip situation here for about 10 bigs total. Dieter needing some help, but it is a flip nonetheless. Deuces are safe on 8, 7, 4, 2 hearts. Turn is the king. Queen or an ace needed for Dieter on the river. But there's another king, and Dieter has been eliminated in 8th place. Unlucky Dieter. Nice payout all the same. He'll take home €4,550 for his efforts. And with a jazzy shirt like that, I'll be going straight to the bar to get myself a pint. That means 7 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €6,450. KM says, I can be your hero, baby. Wait, you told me before you like me commentating, you like how much action I bring, but you do not like me singing. So better keep that to a minimum or I'll lose the last person left helping me in the chat. But they do say you either live long enough as the hero, and if you live too long as the hero, you just become the villain. Or you either die the hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. I believe that's the quote. Who knows? Sammy with the min and Singer with the call from the small. Now this is very light from Singer. He does not want to be getting entangled with Sammy when they are both playing a very similar stack of close to 30 million chips. This is very avoidable to say the least. And Sammy with the double sneaky checky check. And look at this. Singer hitting top pair on the river. And this is nice because he's going to get some additional value with his house. No way you're believing someone is checking a set of 5s here on the flop and then checking on the turn also. Let's say something like quads. The opposite side of that coin is that when we raise, we very, very rarely are raising as a bluff once we've checked the flop and the turn. Looks like Singer is a non-believer though. He's not giving this too much thought before calling. And look how much additional value Sammy got there from checking flop and turn. Interesting stuff here happening at this final table. And a 7-handed here, of course, under the gun, not going to be your usual under the gun 9 or 10-handed, but all the same, you don't really want to be calling with Jack 10 offsuit in the small there, especially against one of the biggest stacks at the final table. Sammy now playing 10 big blinds more than Singer. Sammy and Singer just definitely want to be avoiding each other at all costs. They do not want to be getting into massive pots, and they can put maximum amount of pressure on Felix, DeRosa, Luke, Mac Tim, and 1 or 2 of the shortest stacks. So is Felix going to raise with 5-3 of spades from the cutoff? Flops very well on 10-6 deuce, 2 spades. Loose enough open from Felix, but if he feels like he can get one through, I'm all for providing action with the min raise. Singer just calling on the button with an ideal opportunity to just put some pressure on with the ace-6 suited. Does just call. We're going to see some action here. Felix going to bet 1.3 million. Singer with second pair backdoor diamonds and ace high working for him and positional advantage. Just wants to be calling. Does do just that. This pot suddenly getting bloated to 6.6 million. And the turn is a 6. Having just said 6.6. Now for Felix, that's not a great card. It pairs the board. Hard for us to rep a 6 here, so we're kind of just repping an overpair when we bet the turn. Not really sure what Felix is meant to do. Don't really want to check call. Check jam could be an option, but it's very risky and probably a bit spicy. Just a thought from my side. But just betting again, we're not really repping much because a lot of our overpairs just want to check call there. Although it's very unlikely the button is going to call with a 6 in his hand. And now, oh my God, what a river card. Holy moly, Jesus Christ, the ace of spades popping off. This is disgusting stuff here for Felix. A full house for Singer. And Felix obviously just going to shove with his flush, and he's going to get horrific news there that Singer has rivered the boat. What a hand there, guys. That just happened so fast. Unlucky Felix. Nothing you can really do there when you open with 5-3 suited, flop that well and river the flush. You're hoping your opponent has a hand that contains an ace. Interesting to see what you think about that hand, KM, on the turn there and the river. Like, there's a very capped range, I feel, from Felix's perspective, and for Singer on the button, he shouldn't have too much ace-x, and he definitely should not have much 6x. So maybe we should just bet on the turn to set up the river jam. Interesting one. That's me scratching my head there a little bit. I suppose this is what happens. We get ourselves into horrific, juicy spots there when we open as wide as 5-3 suited. Simon says, why even play that hand top 3 stack? Yeah, perhaps I'm just being a little bit too nice to the players tonight, you know. It's been very mental. Sometimes, like, I feel like I'm quite harsh, but it's usually when people make huge blunders in massive pots. But it's just as bad to make these small mistakes continuously. But I will never ever stop saying, like, you know, this is a €200 buy-in. Players won't have played for this kind of money before. It's 4 a.m. at Kings. They're playing for the guts of 50 G's. They're running on empty. There's a lot of adrenaline at stake, and it's hard to make good decisions. KM says he can get away from it whether he checks the turn or not. He thinks the villain is very strong. If he calls the turn, most likely has a 6. I don't really think there should be too much 6x in the button's range. It just shouldn't be there. Like, it's very difficult to put our opponent on the button there with a 6 in his hand, and we've flopped so well there with the 5-3 of spades. When you open 5-3 of spades and you flop that well, what else are you expecting? What else? What more could you ask for? The turn obviously not good. It pairs the board, but once we bet another 2.5 mil and we hit a flush on the river, it's very, very difficult to check fold. I mean, it's so funny because if I'm in that spot, I wouldn't be in that spot with 5-3 suited. 20 odd blinds to start the hand, and I don't want to slur my words or my thoughts here, but once we've hit our hand on the river, it is very difficult to check fold. But I honestly think it could be the right play. It's like what is Singer bluffing with? Once he calls the flop, calls the turn, of course, if he has a flush, he has us beat because we only have a 5-high flush. I don't think there's much 6x in his range, and a lot of his ace-x should 3-bet pre. And I don't think you're being rude there, Simon. I'm trying not to be rude either, but I got to call it as I see it sometimes, or all the time, as much as I can to the best of my ability. No, he can't fold once he's... Look at the size of the pot there. It's just... I'm just saying, if he decides to check the river and our opponent shoves all in, could we make an argument for folding on the paired board and the ace hits the river? Because a lot of his ace-x hands should be re-raising pre. I think I'm overthinking it. You know, we have a flush at the end of the day. We've flopped very well. The best we can hope for with 5-3 suited. But Simon's point is very valid. Why are we raising there in the first place? It's ICM suicide. Mac, who's been quiet there, will take that one down with the Queen Jack of Hearts. Mac making the final table of the Benelux Classics last weekend. A deep run. Nice to see him making another deep run again. KM says, don't think he can fold to the river jam, but it's better line than jamming for value on the river. I don't want to disagree with you there, but if we are going to check call anyway, we might as well jam ourselves, because we do not want an ace-x type hand to just check back on the river. I feel like I'm going to repeat myself, because when we are playing 20 big blinds or less, we're limited with our options and what we can do. So there's a lot of overthinking involved there. It's not like we're playing a cash game 100 big blinds deep. To be honest with you, I am delighted that we are discussing a hand in this depth at this time. It's so easy to just overlook hands like that. The open is just not something we want to do in the first place. It makes zero sense. There's no advantage to us trying to steal the blinds and antes when we have 20 to 22 big blinds there, especially when there's one or two very large stacks that we are raising into. We are six-handed now, so that's very important to note, because we are 2 eliminations away from the 10 grand ticket. Not something I had overlooked, but the players will be acutely aware of this. Simon says, if you want to play for it all, better over jam the flop and hope you will get there. Better feeling to jam on the river. It's very difficult for us to just open jam the flop there. It's I totally understand your reasoning for doing that, but it's not. It's a it's a very difficult jam to make when it's way more than the pot. If we're going to try do something like that, I would rather just check jam and try get our opponent to fold when they're just c-betting to try make us fold, so we get the additional 2 to 3 big blinds that the button would bet. It's a very hard hand to commentate on. It should be a lot simpler. It's just like the 5-3 shouldn't be opening and the ace-6 suited is fine, but I think we just want to be applying maximum amount of pressure to a 20 big blind stack there, especially when we have the suited combo on the button. The check jam on the flop only works if we are very confident that our opponent is going to bet the flop for us. If they check behind, then it's a disaster because we arrive on the turn with just 5 high and a flush draw the majority of the time. Hill is all in from the hijack here for 3 bigs, and Singer is going to isolate with them yellow biscuits. 3 bets to 7 million. And look at this, Mac in a spot here with jacks. Just 10 big blinds behind. He's just going to have to stack off here. I know this, he has to be really tight in this situation, but yes, there is a 10 grand ticket at stake, but he only has 10 big blinds behind him. This is a massive opportunity to triple up essentially, because Singer should be isolating with quite a wide range over a 3 big blind shove from the hijack. So Till shoving for 3 bigs from the hijack, the cutoff isolating, and Mac with a really nice hand to stack off with there. I could understand even folding 10s, 9s or 8s, but jacks plus just going to be too strong. We've got a huge pot here, folks. 14 million in the pot, 3-way all in. And if Singer, with his 39% equity, has the opportunity to eliminate 2 players, people on the edge of their seats here, you could cut the tension with a knife. King 5 deuce is the flop. Only 1 diamond in it for Till. The jacks still holding. Oh, it's a juicy turn card. It's the 6 of diamonds. Massive equity now for Till. The Jeffries still holding. A queen or an ace needed on the river for Singer to eliminate 2 players. River is the jack of diamonds. Till is going to double up and triple up. Mac is going to be playing 17 bigs, and it's a disaster for Singer and indeed every other player remaining. And KM says he thinks that's a fold under ICM. I think jacks is just too strong. Yes, we're dealing with a 10k ticket, but what an opportunity there to triple up. I understand where you're coming from, but in this situation he's just isolating a 3 big blind all in stack. It's not like a different dynamic where a player is shoving for like 15 bigs and he's isolating for his entire stack with 35 bigs. It's just a click after there's a 3 big blind shove. So I think jacks is just printing there, and I'm happy to see him make that call, because there is a lot of players that would just fold that, trying to make sure they get a ticket. So, folks, what a difference a hand makes. We could have been four-handed, but as it stands, it's the complete opposite. The jacks tripling, or, well, doubling up, and the other player tripling up. And Singer unsuccessful in eliminating both players there. Doesn't lose too much of his stack, though. But a lovely, lovely pot there for Mac. And Sammy raising to 1.1 mil. Luke going to call in the big with 5-4 suited. Flop is queen 4-3. Like the open from Sammy. Like the defend from Luke. Sammy betting 900k here, and I think we could just call if we're... Oh, that's far too tight from Luke. If we were just going to fold on that flop, there's no point in us defending in the first place, unless we're hoping to flop a straight flush or a straight or a flush, a two pair or a set. It's just way too tight. Yes, there's a queen on board, but it's an ideal opportunity for us to at least see a turn card. I think the best play there against an aggressive opponent is to just check jam when we have 12 or less big blinds. A lot of players, even pros, might disagree with me there. They think we just want to see a turn, but if we're just going to see a turn and get barreled off our hand and not comfortable calling on future streets, I think our best play is to just check jam with a pair. Simon says, insane. I keep saying Simon says, it's like the game. It's making me giggle every time. But insane, the FT is 20 minutes over 4 Monday morning. The last one, I got my very good friend Alan to do the German poker days for me. The one before that went on until about 9:30 or 10 o'clock in the morning. So it would have been close to 11 in the morning at King's Resort. But we don't quit at half time here on this channel. 10-10-3, the all-in with the Rockets against the King Jack offsuit from Luke. Luke having no luck, and his luck's about to run out, but he does hit a king on the turn. But it's not to be on the river, it's the 5 of clubs, and Luke has been eliminated in 6th place. And KM says the EPM starts tomorrow. I thought it was the PLO that was on next weekend. Is it not the EPM the weekend after? I will verify that in just a moment, folks. And look at this now. Sammy playing 79 big blinds. What a massive stack at this FT with 5 remaining. And that means, folks, with 5 remaining, we are on the bubble of the 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. KM says it's the EPM next weekend. The PLO is the week after. Thank you very much. I think someone in the chat earlier said that the PLO was next weekend. EPM, always an amazing one to call the action on. Be sure to join us. A lot of pink in front of this man. Sammy, pocket 9s, getting hit with the deck, it has to be said. This man does not want to slow down with all those chips in front of him. Can apply max pressure. Sammy raising to 1.1 million, and Singer just going to call from the small here. This is wise from Singer, considering we're on a bubble for a 10 grand ticket. And I'm just going to look at the payouts here now. The difference between 5th and 4th place is from €11,100 to €14,200. So we are essentially playing over a €13,000 bubble between 5th and 4th, folks. That is why you're going to see players get a bit cagey. Even if I was sitting there now, I have a lot of experience playing in these kind of situations, but I don't know what you're supposed to do with certain hands on a bubble for a 10 grand ticket. I have asked some pros, I have put stuff into a calculator, not as much as I would have liked to, and I am going to continue to do so. But the bottom line is, it seems like people over adjust for the ticket. I've seen people fold kings pre once or twice with the ticket in their mind, drilled into their head, plaguing them. But it's not the be all and end all when you're playing for almost €50,000. And KM says the pay jump between 5th and 4th is from 11k to 24k. So I was right, yeah, €13,000. Until is all in from the cutoff. Sammy deliberating here with the jack deuce off suit. Not really sure why he's giving this much thought. To be honest with you, when we're playing a stack of 42 million, it's no harm to take an extra few seconds, because take every advantage that you can. Eye up your opponent, try to get a read, and also it's no harm running down the clock. The blinds going up aren't going to affect you as much as it will the other players, so perhaps that's why he was giving it a slight concern or a moment's pause with a hand as inferior as jack deuce off suit. Simon says, after some beers and whiskey, it always ends up PLO table at 5 a.m. Well, it's not quite 5 a.m. yet, but it is Monday morning. Till all in, under the gun, 10 bigs. Doesn't seem too phased about this ticket. And Mac in the big. Not going to be able to call with ace-4 offsuit. Must have looked like aces just for a moment. Cam says, play 5-5. Maybe I'll play with you. Wait, sorry, you're talking. Not my convo. I look forward to getting there, and hopefully we'll be having the crack at 5 a.m. And Singer under the gun here. 53 bigs. Ace eight of spades wants to be putting the pressure on. Genzino says, damn, late in Germany. That's the way the German poker days does be. It's only 3 or 4 times a year that we have this one, where we play it out in one night. Championship rounds. Separates the men from the boys. It's funny because a lot of players are, well, not that they give out, but they're like, oh, it's a very late night and oh God, it just keeps going, and is it ever going to end? Some people in the chat talk about it, but it's like, it's not too different than playing cash all night, like you're talking about, playing PLO. By the time you get out the front for a cigarette or a taxi or whatever the case may be, the sun is well and truly up at that stage. That's why I always liked playing tournaments more than cash games, because there's never an end time for the cash games. It really could just go on until midday if you want. And the average stack over 30 big blinds still, as the blinds have just gone up. 300k is the small blind, 600k is the big blind, with a 600k running big blind ante. That's 300, 600, 600. Mac with about 12 big blinds now, 7-5 suited. Just wants to let that go. And Singer with the min raise. And Sammy just going to call in the big blind. Does not want to be playing a big pot against Singer when they are two of the biggest stacks at the table with 5 remaining. Jack 6 is the flop. Singer with a pair. Wants to bet about $1 million here. Looks like he's going for a larger sizing of about 2.2. And Sammy might have called with just ace high for a smaller sizing, but the 2.2 mil going to price him out. Till with a very pretty queen 10 suited from under the gun with 8 bigs is going to shove. Till not afraid to move his chips across the line, even though we are on a 13 grand pay difference between 5th and 4th. I don't think Singer should be calling this one. There's just better spots. This is very loosey-goosey at the table eating a sandwich. Gamble, gamble. We've no reason to call as light as A7 suited here. Yes, we are going to be ahead of Till's range, a considerable portion of it, but with this kind of a pay jump, and when we have about 36 million, it's nearly a sixth of our chips all the same. Yes, we can afford it. We will still have 50 bigs if we lose, but it's risky business. Does make the call, and you know, you got to gamble to win. He is 52% with the ace-7 of hearts, has the hearts covered against Till. Till needing help here, but it is almost a coin flip. And Till flopping very well here on 10-9-3. Turn is the 9 of spades, so Singer need an ace on the river. And what a moment there for Till. Is going to double up to almost 20 big blinds, and it's not going to affect Singer much, but he definitely didn't want to lose that one. KM says that's mad. If Singer folds, then the 10 big blind stack in the big blind calls with ace jack and drops to 3 big blinds. You know what? I was concentrating on the all in and call, didn't even acknowledge the ace jack folding. I don't know what the correct range for Singer to call there is, because he can afford to lose a little portion of his stack, but I still think calling for a 1/6 of your stack there, it does hurt you significantly, but only if Sammy is going to start applying maximum amount of pressure. A really, really magnificent result for the Queen 10 suited, especially when the A7 was also hearts. He'll check jamming here. 16.5 big blinds. Now we've seen Sammy make a really tight laydown against Till earlier, but this is a completely different scenario. Sammy just no way he can continue here. AM says he doesn't like the A7 suited call. Well, it's 100% not a call if you put it into the calculator. But like I keep saying on this channel, I've asked some pros, I've talked about a spot here and a spot there, and it's really hard to put in the payouts and a 10 grand ticket and how people are playing. Like, the dynamic and the flow is so important before you input that, and there is no robot, AI or a calculator that's able to tell you what to do at King's Resort at the feature table when that bubble is worth so much. And 1 or 2 experts have told me that people over adjust. They concentrate on the 10 grand ticket and don't think about the title and the pay jumps. But then ICM has to be taken into consideration. So there's 2 ways of looking at it. I'm all for ICM, and I've struggled with it in my past. It's cost me a lot of money from time to time, but still to this day, I am all about wanting to become champion. I want the title, and I want the glory, and I want everything that goes with it. Sometimes you have to be like, you know what, I'm all in. More times than not, if you don't take the aggressive route, you find yourself getting blinded out or getting short stacked. It's such a fickle line between order and chaos. You can go one way or the other, and that is why it's such an amazing game, because the difference a hand can make. Like 5 remaining here and a 13 grand plus pay jump between 5th and 4th. Mac waking up with a monster here in the cutoff 5-handed. 2 black ladies, and Sammy with a monster also with the ace jack of diamonds. This one is going to go all in and call almost all of the time. Sammy not going to be able to raise fold a hand as strong as ace jack suited for 10 bigs. One wouldn't think anyway. Singer is looking like he had a monster, like he had a massive decision or something. He does get out of the way and shakes his head. These are massive hands, five-handed. Sammy knows that Mac is going to have a monster here, but the ace-jack suited, and it's sub 10 big blinds. I just feel like he's priced in with the opportunity to secure that ticket. He knows Mac is going to have a very tight range here. And KM, you're going to call me crazy, but this is one of these spots, if you put it into a calculator and had a 13 grand pay jump between 5th and 4th, it would probably tell you, even though you have 60 bigs, you could just fold here. I knew you were going to say that this is a slow roll. I totally understand where you're coming from, but I actually see it in the opposite direction. He doesn't need to call, like he has secured a ticket. And yes, Mac can be shoving hands like ace-9 and ace-10 suited plus all the smaller pairs, but if Sammy folds here, I'm very impressed with that fold. I'm very impressed by that fold. I'm going to have that put into a calculator during the week, KM, because that is really solid stuff. He has no reason to call there whatsoever. You don't want to make a habit of raise folding there to a 10 big blind stack, but there is no need for him to lose them chips. He's in a very good position. Good man, Sammy. And KM, I think you are right about his range. It is around 7s or 8s plus. But Mac is definitely one of the tighter players left with 5 remaining. And I would also say, from watching him last weekend, he was very solid. Really picked his spots. Always kind of had the goods when he was all in and call. Still gonna raise to 1.6 mil. Now, Singer has one of the best hands to use as a 3-bet. He has the chips. He's got the right stack to do it against. And it's a large one, folks. Lots of pink there. 3-betting to 5.6 million. Until not even considering 4-bet jamming. Nice steal there from Singer. And KM says, here's what GTO Wizard says: if Sammy has 30 big blinds, in reality he has 60. Yes, but I don't think the calculator can take into consideration that we're playing at Kings. I totally understand where you're coming from. I totally understand where GTO Wizard is coming from. But there is no gain in calling apart from knocking a player out and adding 10 big blinds to our stack and breaking a 13 grand bubble. But the range that we are going to be against is going to be tighter. I think it could be even tighter than 7s or 8s. I'm not entirely sure. I think in the moment I was happy to see him fold. I think it wasn't something I was expecting. Usually you're just going to raise call for 10 bigs, not going to think much about it. But before I look at the GTO Wizard, did you input the 10 grand ticket on top of the payouts? Or is it just purely for chip or plus EV? Because that's completely different. Singer with a nice 3-bet there with ace king, mandatory. Sammy not wanting to get involved with Singer in the slightest. Like, to be honest with you, if I was sitting in that seat and I had 60 bigs and it was 8 more big blinds to call, I don't think I'd be folding ace jack suited either. But from sitting at home and watching the dynamic and watching how tight people are playing, and they're playing very honest, it just seems like there's no need to call there. Like, he might have ace 9 suited or ace 10, but I really don't think so, because we're supposed to fold that if you put it into a calculator. So therefore we're flipping against all the pairs. We're dominated, or we're in a 60-40 situation for about a sixth of our chips. And DeRosa has had enough. He's re-jamming. He knows now. Seen Sammy raise fold to 10 big blinds earlier. This is completely different, of course. It's a blind v blind battle. AM says, yeah, I get the point, but there's no need. The longer the bubble goes on, the better for the chip leaders, but at some point you want to go to bed. Well, they've got this far. It's championship rounds. He's not just going to call so he can get closer to the title so he can go to bed. And KM says, unless the villain has aces, he has the odds to call. 4.4 million to win, 12.9, and he's 34% equity. Well, when you put it like that, that black and white, it seems like I'm just going to take back everything I've said and put in the chips. That makes a lot of sense, KM. We definitely have 34% equity. It's just we do not want to lose the sixth of our stack there. It doesn't affect us that much, but blinds go up, we lose a pot or two. Suddenly we're middle of the pack when we are firmly in pole position to secure a ticket. Again, it all depends how tight Mac is shoving, and he has definitely shown time and time again to be one of the tightest, solidest players remaining with 5 left. I don't even know if solidest is a word. We'll change that to solid. And Simon says, to be fair, most of the poker players snap ace jack suited. Yeah, well, this is why it's great that there's a couple of people in the chat discussing hands at this hour, because it makes my job a hell of a lot more interesting. So I'm not talking to myself, because these spots are so crucial and they're so important. And over the years, I've definitely been on the looser side of ICM instead of the tighter side. Maybe it's one of these situations where you want to fold the ace jack offsuit and the ace 10 offsuit and call ace jack suited plus. I really feel like I've flipped in my thoughts on the hand after you've shown me the 4.4 million to win 12.9. If we have a way shorter stack, I think we definitely have to fold though. It's too much for a stack and it hurts us. But with 36 million, I think we can afford 4.4 more. But it's getting close, right? We do not want to be calling off much more than 10 big blinds. There are definitely players in max shoes that are shoving way, way tighter than 7s plus. So that has to be taken into consideration also. And Mac here in the small, just calling. This is risky business. Singer under the gun until coming along in the big. Prefer to see Mac just reship this one pre. Singer going to take this one down. Just for what it's worth, we can keep talking about the hand, no problem. I actually find it very interesting, but I don't think that he was shoving 7s, 8s in that spot. I think Mac is going to be very tight, knowing he has limited amount of fold equity. That is why when we raise into stacks that have sub 10 bigs, it looks so strong, because it looks like we're committed to calling them. I'm not saying that he would definitely fold 7s, 8s and 9s, but he 100% has to be on the tighter side than the looser side to shove over the open. I think it's right on the line. I think ace jack suited is more than enough of a good enough hand to call if we have that equity, and KM, you really put it black and white there. 4.4 million to win 12.9, and it doesn't really affect our situation five-handed that much, and we have the opportunity to knock out a player, secure the ticket, and go four-handed. Like, so YOLO, put the chips in, and if we lose, we lose. But I'm saying, Mac, this plays a very tight range, so we don't really need to call there. But like, I keep going back and forward with it. You've made more than enough of good argument to just call more than fold. But we have to be very, very conscious of that 13 grand difference between fifth and fourth. It's funny because I've had some crazy tight and bizarre situations with the ticket bubble, and I don't think we've ever gone this into depth about one hand. So that makes me happy. That's why we're awake at this hour, folks. I hope you're enjoying the show. Till all in from the cutoff with the king, queen of clubs is going to take down the blinds and antes, and he's suddenly playing more than 10 million now. Someone's saying they all look very fed up. Well, they just want to... There's such a different buzz once the ticket's secured. They get happy feet. They breathe a sigh of relief. Almost, they're impatient then to get the tournament over once they've secured the ticket. I see it time and time again, but I totally understand what you're saying. It's a very nitty-gritty situation here. And Bezdak says, not to mention the fact that just by dealing to those guys, I can see that the guy has huge edge above the whole table. Just wait for a better spot there. No need to make hasty calls. Yeah, that's a great point, but he's been very quiet since. Like, I would like to see him, if he's going to fold a hand like ace-jack suited in that spot, then to be finding his edge in other ways by opening more or three betting, but he hasn't really done that. He's probably blinded out the 4 million that he could have called, if we're to be honest. KM says, the point is his range is not strong enough to fold for that price. Yeah. You know what? We've gone back and forward loads, but KM, you win this one. And I'm not... I know I'm very... I make a lot of jokes on this channel, but I'm actually deadly serious this time. You've put about 3 really strong valid points in there. You gave the maths, you gave your understanding behind the reasoning, and we still have 50 bigs if we lose. So you win on this one, buddy. I think the ace-jack just a little bit too strong. But in the moment, I could see our opponent with the queens, and I was like, I would not be surprised if our opponent folded here. And I think my ego was happy to see him fold. That made me right. But looking back on it, just call. Till reshipping from the big blind here with jacks and Singer. Not going to be able to call here for 8 million of his stack. That's the end of it as well, KM. If he has 15 big blinds instead of 10, it's an easy fold. That's pretty much the last thing I'm going to say about this hand. I think 10 big blinds and less, once we've opened, we're priced in. It really does change, even if our opponent has 2 or 3 big blinds more. And Singer is calling. Bit perplexed here with 11 million in the pot. Not a situation we are going to see often here. Till facing 2 overcards. This is a very, very strange hand. Making a huge 3-bet pre, and it looks like he's decided he's going with it. If his opponent has an ace or a king, then so be it. Big move here by Till. I don't know if I'd have the balls to shove here with 2 overcards. And my opponent calling pre, showing significant strength. This situation could be avoided had he just shoved pre. And Singer is going to call. Guys, this is beyond my understanding. I don't really know what to say here. What is going on? What happened? What a move by Singer. I'm speechless, folks. I am never, Action Man Dan is never speechless on this channel. He's just gone over the top of the c-bet with pocket fours on ace king 9. Surely the graphics are wrong. And Bezdak says the floor man was called for it. Well, that might be true, but what were the hands then? Can anyone in the chat make light of that situation? JM said the hands were right, but he doesn't think the jacks c-bet. 4-4 bet and took it. Bezdak says he put 5 million in first and said all in as he was reaching for the rest of his stack, so it was 5 million instead of all in. He's absolutely torched his tournament. Guys, let that be a lesson to you. If you're going to move all in, just move all your chips across the line. That is an insane situation. What a horrible, horrible flop for the jacks. The fours having no right to win that pot. DeRosa shoving from the small with ace 9 offsuit. So he's lost 5 million from the 3-bet. And did he just check fold the flop? I thought he'd found the bet all in on the flop, which I thought was highly impressive because it's not a trigger I'd be able to pull facing 2 overcards. Pressure's on, guys. I always talk about decision fatigue on this channel. We can only make so many good decisions in a day. If you find yourself in a situation like that, just move all in and avoid something like that. That is such a massive mistake with 5 left. Singer now playing 42 million, loving life. King 7 is the flop. Sammy loving that flop. Trips, 3 kings of kings for Sammy. He's going to go check, check. Turn is a 6, and now Singer might lose some chips on the turn. And Singer gonna bet 2 million here. Sammy playing this one tricky, just deciding whether to call or raise. I don't think there's much value in raising here. We want our opponent to continue bluffing us. If they have a piece of the board, they might just check back on the river. Don't think raising makes much sense. Unlikely Singer has a 6, but we can see that that is the case on this occasion. Just calling the 2 million seems like the best play. He does do just that. Oh my word, what a river card. Sammy thinks he's hit gold here on the river. Singer hitting runner 6-6 for a full house, but we can see it's inferior. Look at the amount of pink chips he's going to be saying goodbye to. 5.5 million is the bet. This pot now 14 million. Sammy with the decision. And Sammy decides to just call. Don't really understand that. He's only losing to quad 6s. Players are very tired out here, folks. We have to give them a little bit of leeway. If Sammy is just calling there on the river, it shows how much this ticket means to him, and maybe that shows why he folded the hand. Ace Jack suited, raise folded to a 10 big blind stack. But that is just outrageous. Only losing to quad 6s. Or a house of 7s, of course. Can't make heads or tails of that one. Singer getting very lucky because he most likely would have paid a raise there from Sammy. KM saying he would have liked a raise on the turn to 5 million. I just think we're repping so thin. It doesn't really make sense for us to raise on that turn. It's so unlikely we're going to bluff there given the dynamic. I think we just want to call and let our opponent keep bluffing. Singer going to bet 3 mil. Takes this one down, and Till is really running on fumes now. Just 3 big blinds. He's going to have to post the small the next hand. And the pressure is on with 5 remaining. Nobody wanting to bust before a 3 big blind stack. Of course, DeRosa still going to shove under the gun. Ace Queen off suit, and he's not even loving shoving there. Getting called is an absolute ICM disaster, but he does get the blinds through. And folded all the way around to the small blind. Singer with a monster here. Ace king off suit. Looks like he is going to raise to 1.4 million. The blinds have just gone up, so he will have to make it 1.6. And DeRosa is just going to fold. And we'll be playing 10 bigs behind. A lot of pressure on here with Till essentially going to be blinded out in a couple of hands. Scooby says, bro, raise to 12 million. Yeah, there's absolutely no reason to not raise that river. And Mac with a very difficult decision considering Till is so short. And Mac folding a hand as strong as sevens. Singer on the button with ace 10. Gonna bump it up. DeRosa in the small with king queen of diamonds. And normally DeRosa should be rejamming a hand as strong as king queen suited, but I totally understand that fold. Two very short stacks. Yes, he's going to get the rejam through nearly 90% of the time, I would say. But it's a risk he doesn't need to take, considering there are two stacks sub 5 big blinds. Singer on the button. Facing a 3-bet from Sammy. Singer just wants to fold the ace 10 off suit, but decides to call. This is stubborn play from Singer. There's no need to get involved here. This pot's massive now, 12.8 million. Not a good board for Sammy, but it's good for his 3-bet range from the big blind. So just wants to bet about 3 million here, 3.5. Goes for 4.2 million. 1/3 pot. And it looks like Singer is going to see a turn card. Guys, Singer has put in about 10 million of his stack now. This pot is huge, one of the biggest pots we've seen, and there's no need for it. And oh my god, what a turn card it is for Singer. He was ahead before, but he might have lost had there been another barrel. That jack. Bing, bang, boom, giving him the straight. And if I'm Singer, I'd probably just check this one back or bet really small, like 5.5, 6 million. That looks like a lot more. Sammy losing a lot of chips in this hand unnecessarily. It's just the ultimate time to not be getting involved with Singer. He'd had enough of Singer raising into his big, decided to take a stand, but he can take a stand once they've secured the ticket. There are two tiny stacks at this table. It's just careless play from Sammy. And on the flip side of that, it should have worked because Singer had no right calling pre. And on the flop, facing a large-ish bet. Okay, it was only 4.2 million, but he's not always going to hit the jack on the turn there. Quite an interesting hand, and that is a massive shift in the dynamics at this five-handed affair. Till under the gun, going to be forced all in here. And Singer with the same hand, asking for a count. Singer is just going to call Mac out of the way. And these boys are going to be going to Splitsville almost all of the time. Queen 10-7 is the flop. Turn is a queen, river a king, and that's going to be the end of that. Still happy to see that his opponent had the same hand. Singer raising to 1.8 million with the Queen 10 of diamonds. Singer now almost approaching 50 million chips, which is a lot. Till all in by default in the big blind with ace-4 offsuit, and Singer more than priced in here. Singer with a golden opportunity here to knock out Till. King 9-5 is the flop. Singer still with loads of equity, but Till out in front. And it is all in and call. Turn is a queen, and now Singer can seal the deal unless Till hits an ace. River is the 10, and Till has been eliminated, and all players can rejoice, remaining securing a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket for themselves. Unlucky Till, good game, and a really nice payout of €11,100 for your efforts. That means 4 players are remaining now, folks, all guaranteed a minimum of €14,200. What a sigh of relief for the 4 remaining players, especially Mac playing 2 to 3 big blinds there. Mac going to fold on the button with the 5-3 suited. Singer getting a walk. And Mac is all in from the cutoff, 2.6 million. Ace-3 off suit, and DeRosa priced in with Queen Jack, 60-40. Mac with the opportunity to double up here to 6.4 million. And here's the flop. Jack 9-8. Great start for DeRosa. Mac in big trouble. Turn is the king of spades. River is the four of spades, and Mac has been eliminated, but will be overwhelmed with joy to secure that 10 grand ticket because he was on life support. DeRosa now playing over 10 million. Mac is going to take home 14,200 euro for his efforts and a 10 grand ticket. Congratulations and commiserations. 3 players remaining now. Mac has to be said as well, making a final table at the Benelux Classics last weekend. Fantastic stuff to go back to back. And DeRosa now playing 14 big blinds. Singer going to be hard to stop with all those pink and yellow chips. KM says Singer has the momentum to win it now. I was honestly just about to say that myself. He's doubled the chips of Sammy. It will be very difficult to take on Singer. And look at this, a set for Singer. Sammy with top pair. And Singer going to bet 2.1 million. Sammy just going to call. Turn is a 6. Singer going to bet 3 million here. Any 5 now makes a straight, but there are 2 flush draws on board. I think Sammy wants to call a second time. Reevaluate on the river with 12 million already out there. And look at this, Sammy calling and hitting trips on the river. 15 million in the pot now. Singer loving life, a full house. It'll be very, very difficult for Sammy to get away from this one. Not sure how much Singer wants to bet, but he doesn't want to bet too small. About 7 million seems like a good size. Want to rep a miss flush draw or a straight draw. Does bet about 8 million and gets called immediately. Yeah, 7.4 million is the bet. Sammy gets the bad news. KM says so many tells. Yeah, he does look very happy to be betting, shall we say. And he is going to be very, very difficult to take out now at this late stage. DeRosa going to bet 2.2 million on the button here with King 8 offsuit. Singer wants to see a flop for 1.4 million more with 5 deuce of hearts. Queen 10 deuce is the flop. And DeRosa going to bet 2 million here. Singer needs to be careful. Just has bottom pair. DeRosa just has 6 million behind. Turn is the 3 of hearts. Quickly going check, check. River is the 6. And now Singer turning his hand into a bluff, I suppose. Doesn't matter. Takes it down. Now playing 74 million chips. Just under. KM says if you're going to bet the river, why not check raise the flop? Very good point. This guy is too smart. That's why you should be playing these circuit events, buddy. Singer in the small, Queen Jack of hearts. Gets the raise true. Singer is just going to limp here. I'm all for limping, but it just doesn't really make sense when we have this much chips. We just want to keep pounding and applying pressure, especially when both of the players we're against have sub 20 big blinds. Singer going to bet 1.6 mil and Sammy going to call. Turn 2 pair for Sammy. Really nice turn card. Quickly goes check, check. River is the 6 of diamonds. And Sammy is going to win this one. Singer Gonna let him have it. Sammy just going to complete with 8-7 of hearts. Singer going to check his option. 5-4 deuce is the flop. Sammy checking. Singer just going to bet 2 mil with his pair of deuces. Now, I would prefer to see Sammy just check raise or bet himself. He's got a lot of equity on the turn, but it doesn't arrive. It's the king of spades. Quickly going check, check, and the river is the 5 of clubs. Singer going to win another pot. There's no stopping Singer at the moment as he passes 75 million in chips. Singer with a very pretty queen jack of diamonds in the small. De Rosa is just going to move all in for 5 bigs. His work is done, wants to gamble. He's got the suited Robbie. Singer having him dominated. And Singer 69% to take out another player and go heads up for the German Poker Days title. Ace, king, 6 is the flop. Turn is a deuce. De Rosa needing big help on this river or he will be eliminated in 3rd place. River is a 5. No stopping Singer. He's now playing 80 million chips. And that means, folks, we are going to go on a short break for about 10 minutes and get things set up for this heads-up battle, but I don't see anybody beating Singer. Look at the amount of pink and yellow chips in front of this man. Unstoppable. Hope you're enjoying the show. So much action, so many interesting hands and spots to talk and think about. I will see you all in a few moments.
big fan of all of these 5 players. Have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, she's going.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind for that run out.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was like, I'm gonna give up.
I'll tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to second in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play.
What do you think about Martin Cabral?
Who?
Do you know Martin Cabral?
I do know, but I don't want to know him.
Why? You don't like him?
No, I don't like him. He is the most terrible human being. He's not even a human being. Yeah.
And have you played against him?
Oh yeah, we played many years, heads-up cash games together, sometimes in tournaments, but I don't like him.
And what you don't like about him, like his style or?
Everything about him just...
He's a good player. He talks a lot, a little bit annoying sometimes, but I think he's doing the right thing. With all the talking, he makes people nervous. That's why nobody likes him at the table. It's good for him, so he's a smart guy.
And have you played against him?
Yeah, I played 2 times. He was on my table.
And does it affect you or not?
No, not that much. I'm just saying I'm not talking to him, so I don't care what he says to me.
Well, I came first time in Kings like, I don't know, 10 years ago or maybe 12 years ago, so he was here in that time. So we never been friends, but he's not the nicest, not the worst. I think all he's doing in the table is part of his strategy or his, I don't know, I don't want to speak bad about him, but I know he's doing a lot of bullshit in the table and make people angry, but this is him.
You get affected by this or not when you're playing against him?
It depends. I wasn't, but some of people get just bored, no? Like, he's making it so often, and he's never stopping. But it's okay, his strategy, I understand it.
Personally, I don't think he cheated, but I played back in the days with him, and I can say it's like pretty annoying person. For these types of people should be something like restriction. It's like he's all the time in his house, in his kindergarten, doesn't matter if here in Rozvadov or another place, and nobody can fight this kind of attitude. And it's not fair for the game, for the fair play or like that.
Guys, so we are at the button with nice ace jack of clubs, playing 5-10 no limit hold'em with around 1200 behind. High jack opens for 30, cut off folds. I need you guys to write into chat what would you do differently on the river, and we decide to 3-bet to 100. Small blind folds. Big blind folds. And original razor decides to flat our 3-bet. We go heads up to the flop, which is king of clubs, 4 of clubs, and 2 of hearts. Opponent checks to us. We flopped a nuts flush draw with 1 over. I think we need to see bet for 75. Opponent quickly calls. I think the opponent could have pair of kings. Turn is jack of hearts, which is giving us second pair. Opponent checks again. I think we need to bet bigger, so I go for 210. We need our opponent to fold all draws and pairs weaker than kings. Opponent calls. And the river is queen of clubs, so we have the nuts, guys. Opponent checks. And now we have a decision, bet small for value or bet big, trying to polarize our bet. Please help me decide in the chat. Type 1 for betting third of the pot, or type 2 for betting 55% of the pot, or type 3 for overbet shove. I decided to go all in for crazy overbet. At this point, I am afraid that the opponent might know exactly where we are. Opponent fold and show us top 2 pair. Next time I need to bet smaller. Yeah.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Alrighty, folks, we're back for the heads-up battle to see which one of these players will become the German Poker Days champion. All roads pointing towards Singer. He's pretty much annihilated his final table, slowly but surely. Hope you're all enjoying the show, and thanks for tuning in at this late hour. It's been very entertaining. This FT certainly having its moments. Sammy with a massive hill to climb, just playing 13 big blinds. Is going to limp with the 8-5 offsuit, and Singer with 10-6. 7-7-5 is the flop, goes check check, turn is the ace. Singer going to try buy this one with just 10 high. I think Sammy most likely wants to be calling this one. Unlikely that Singer has an ace. Hard for him to have a king. It is for about half of Sammy's chips. We have seen him make some tight folds, but we are heads up. Wow. Singer getting Sammy to fold a pair of fives. I say wow, I mean there is 2 overcards, we just have a pair of fives, but given that we're heads up, we're going to get bullied around a lot when our opponent has 100 bigs and we just have 10 or 15 to start the hand. And Martel says he knows it's heads up, but you feel like a melon losing 20k potential on a pair of fives. That's actually a good point, Martel. You know, we only have an 8 kicker as well, even though kicker problems not really mattering with an ace and a king out there and 2 7s. I just expected him to call. And I like that you said he feels like a melon. I haven't heard that expression in a long time. It actually has made me giggle at this hour, so thank you, Martel. It's great to see people still making me laugh at this late hour, so much appreciated, fellas. Love the fan base we have on the Action Army on Twitch. And what a flop this is for Sammy. 8-7-5. And this is hand 176, so I've been told the graphics are slightly wrong on this one, so bear with me for a second now. I want to find out when they turn the cards over, but Sammy did not have 7-3 of clubs. He had king 2. Singer is going to win another pot. Yeah, there is a massive difference between first and second place for sure. But when your opponent has a 10-1 chip lead on you, you're going to have to take some risk for sure. You haven't got this far without taking risks. It is the name of the game after all, but Singer is just unstoppable. He has been for about 2 or 3 hours now. And Singer just going to raise here with King 10 of clubs. Presume he's just basically moving all in. There's no way he's raised folding. And it is all in and call. And Sammy going to have to get very lucky to stay in this event. It's been Singer's world and everyone else just living in it. 14.4 million in this pot. And Singer a 3-1 favourite to just take down the title here and now. Sammy though, he's had an amazing run. He secured the ticket. He was short a couple of times. He's made 1 or 2 questionable folds. 887 is the flop and 2 clubs on board. It's going to be very difficult for Sammy to survive here. Singer got the clubs covered. 83% equity as we hit the turn. Turn is a 7. Double pair board now. Both players with king high. River is the ace of diamonds. And it is going to be a chop pot. Sit back down, guys. This one ain't over yet. KM says Singer flopped the flush draw too. Yeah, it's very difficult for him to even get a chop pot there, Sammy. KM says could the tables be turning? Always the optimist, unless it's you that's telling us bad beat stories. Sammy is going to fold on the button. The tables ain't turning yet, but you know, I'm always rooting for the scrappy underdog. It's funny because as a commentator sometimes you're like, you know, oh, it's going to end soon, but I'm always rooting for the short stack when we get into a heads up scenario. I want to see how much fight they've got in them. Artel says 7-2 offsuit, best hand snapshot. Not this time, buddy. It's like if you're Sammy and you're sitting there, you've secured so much money for yourself and a ticket, but you're looking over at your opponent who isn't phased by anything. He's winning every hand and it's a very difficult player to play against. A few double ups is needed. Sammy shoves, Singer folds. Blinds are 500,000, 1 million with a 1 million running big blind ante. That's 500,000, 1 million, 1 million. Singer with the shove. With a raise for 2 million. Essentially the same thing. He definitely wasn't raise folding. And Sammy just going to call with 4 big blinds behind. Prefer to just see Sammy shove this one. 10-8 suited, a beautiful hand. We can see how much equity he'd have in an all-in situation. Very surprised to see Sammy just min-raise fold. Just shove it all in, buddy. These boys are tired. Singer full of joy though. And Sammy very limited with what he can do, playing sub 5 big blinds. Is just going to call. I find it very strange that Sammy is playing so tight in this heads up situation, considering how much chips Singer has compared to Sammy. KM says he's been playing scared since 6 players remaining. Same as myself, KM. I've been commentating scared since 6 remaining. Scared of what you're going to say about a hand, because lo and behold, you've had a wealth of knowledge tonight, and I want you to pat yourself on the back. Don't fall over your own boner now. Take the compliment. And Singer is just going to limp. Singer just wants to be shoving when his opponent has less than 10 bigs. Sammy is just going to raise. And Singer just going to call. Now Sammy is going to have second pair. It's going to go check, check. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. And KM, isn't it mental? We're seeing them go flop, turn and river here. Sub 10 bigs. This is unprecedented really at King's Resort. It's normally all in or fold with around 7 bigs or less, but it's interesting. And KM, I really mean that compliment. You've been so helpful tonight. I thank all the moderators at different times, but you just came at the exact right moment there a few hours ago, because we're really getting into it. some dynamics and breaking down hands, which is really interesting and great to see, especially when the stream is going so late. So it's very much appreciated. And Singer going to check to his opponent on 9 deuce 5 10. Sammy going to bet $1 million and take it down. Now we can say what we want, but Singer does not want to double up Sammy. But in order to do that, he just wants to keep shoving all in and taking down the blinds and antes. That's $2 million every time. They're very tired. I see a lot of comments coming into the chat and you're just joining, and I understand it. But this has been going on for a long time now. Players are exhausted. They're running on adrenaline, and they have secured a massive payday for themselves and playing for a huge title. They might never be playing for this kind of money again. There's a €200 buy-in. Jack 8 deuce is the flop, and Singer with an open ender. Sammy with top pair. It's probably going to go all in. No. It's just going to go check, check. Strange to see it go check, check there. Sammy betting $1.5 million. AM says all in the fella. I used to love that. That was what my opening saying about a year ago, but KM, you taught me now I have to keep the regs guessing. I can't use the same expressions week in, week out. Sometimes it's difficult though when I don't have a co-commentator. You're like all the moderators on the Twitch chat, the Action Army. They've become somewhat of the co-commentators, so fair play to you. PM says all in the fella. In it goes. In it goes, and up she flew. 33 and a third. And Sammy facing $3.5 million bet needs to call this one. This is a very strange hand. I expected to just see this one go all in and call on the flop. Singer decided to check back. It's very hard to rep an ace there on the river then, the way the hand played out. And Sammy is going to scoop some chips. Push TV is delighted, having a great giggle for himself. Like, it's a massive moment for both players, but for Singer, he always had a lot of chips. Sammy was playing over 30 million at one stage, but it's been all Singer. So Sammy should be taking every chance he gets to go for this title, because he has got so many pay jumps, secured the ticket. He's nothing left to lose basically, except becoming the champion. And I know that is a big deal, but it is a massive heads up battle, by the way, where you're dealing with €20,000, the difference between first and second. But if he wants to take on Singer, he's going to have to push the boat out, as they say. But he is winning a few small pots, folks, and heads up is so volatile, it's so crazy. You double up your opponent once and then he wins a pot or two, suddenly you've lost your chip lead. But it is a significant difference. 75 mil-ish playing 17. Martel with one of the comments of the day says, you can laugh at them, but when's the last time you played for 20,000 euro? 100%. Love that comment. Thank you very much. That's the truth. Playing for 20,000 euro. Yes, it just secured the 10 grand ticket. We made fun of a few folds earlier, but the title's at stake here, folks, and a lot of money. Every pot, so crucial. And all of a sudden, Sammy playing a 20 big blind stack. Push saying he's in Barcelona for the EPT. He doesn't want to troll people, but of course they're having strange moves. Well, yes. Decision fatigue has clearly set in. People can only make so many good decisions in a day. It's far from EPT Barcelona. These players were rare. They might never get the opportunity to play for this kind of money again. $2 million is the bet from Sammy. And Singer is going for a raise here. Wasn't expecting to see the lead from Sammy and was not expecting to see the raise from Singer. Sammy now in a tough spot. No heart in his hand, just with a gut shot. Wouldn't have been the worst rejam pre-flop, or just trying to get the money in some shape or form. Sammy is going to call. This is risky business for Sammy. Does hit a pair of eights on the turn, but it's not a great card. Any six gives a straight. There's a heart out there for the flush. And Singer betting 6 million now. Now Sammy in a world of hurt because he does have top pair. It's a very straight, flushy type board. I'm not sure what I would do here myself. If I was against a more aggressive player, I might feel compelled to stack off. And if I'm beat, I'm beat. But Singer, he's not really the one for betting like this unless he has some form of the goods. KM says, but he has a lot of flushes here. Not sure why Singer bets. Well, once he raises, he's trying to rep massive hand, and he does have 2 pair. Unlikely that Sammy has a 6 in his hand. One would expect him to check raise with a 6. We know from watching him all night, KM, it's probably not his style. But Singer, in a heads-up battle with 2 pair, is willing to get it in here, surely. I don't really like checking, but I understand what KM is saying here, just to check back. But there's going to be a lot of rivers there that we were going. It's just not going to look good to try to get paid. So he's just trying to get it in, basically. I think that's an amazing fold by Sammy. I don't think I'd be able to fold there myself. Amazing might be a little bit of a stretch, but when you're getting beat up and you're losing a lot of pots and you call the check raise on the turn, or you call the raise on the turn, is what am I trying to say here? When we call on the flop and we hit our pair on the turn, like, is that not what we're hoping for? And Sammy now with 13 bigs could just move all in or raise call sometimes, just decides to shove. We'll take it down. Sammy just seems a little bit phased by the situation. And it's understandable, folks. You know, it's a €20,000 difference between second and first. Trips for Singer, and Sammy with a lovely, lovely flop here for his hand. In general, you want to just be check jamming this one, but it decides to just check call. Turn is a 5. Singer betting 4.5 million here on the turn. Sammy now in a world of hurt, really. His hand shriveling up significantly. My play would be to just check jam this flop. We have a lot of equity, and if we are called, then so be it. Now, it's difficult for us to continue on the turn, but with that kind of a price, I think I'd just see a river anyway. Or we could still just check jam the turn if we think our opponent is going to be double barreling too often. And Singer is just going to check back the river for some reason. Don't really understand the check back on the river there in the slightest. I guess he felt like his opponent was never going to call it worse, or at least the majority of the time, and therefore decided to just check it back, but nonetheless still way too nitty. Sammy is going to shove for 7 bigs and will take it down. I think Singer should definitely be calling there with a king in his hand. I know I keep saying we do not want to double our opponent up, but with king 4, sub 10 bigs, even though it's not suited, it's going to play well in an all-in situation. Heads up. KM says, don't forget these guys are absolutely knackered. Yeah, 100%. But it's championship rounds. It's survival of the fittest. Who can go the longest? And Sammy is going to win this one. And check my TV. A reg of the channel says he hopes it will last another 2 hours. Now there is a fan, if we ever had one. This guy wants all the hands he can get. He can get at this hour. Oh, I love it. Nice one, check my, or check moi. Sorry. Pronunciation's not my strong point on this channel. And KM is taking over with the strategy segment from next week on. I hear they're even going to give him a hoodie and everything. The XX collection, the whole shebang. Sammy going for a bluff here while a min-raise fold with the 10-3 offsuit. And Singer is going to defend with the queen 7. Ace 9 6 is the flop, and Sammy can rep this all day. Just bet even 1.5 million. Do not check back. He decides to check back. I don't see any reason to check this one back if we want to rep that we have a big hand. Now the 5 of hearts. If we're going to open a hand like 10-3 offsuit off 11 or 12 bigs to start the hand, we want to tell a story on the flop. And checking back, the delayed c-bet is okay. But now it's a very straighty, flushy board. Singer is going to call. Wouldn't have minded Singer just check jamming, to be honest. He's got the queen of hearts and he's got the straight draw. He's got enough equity. Now Singer hitting the straight is going to check. Sammy going to have to be done with the hand now. Looks like he's going to take a stab. He's going to bet 4.5 mil. Oh dear, he's getting shoved on, and Sammy is going to be forced to fold with just 3 big blinds behind. Too little too late there for Sammy. A very misplaced hand. Could have just took that one down with a bet on the flop. And Singer going to put Sammy in by default. Sammy with a monster heads up really with king 8 suited. Sammy with a good opportunity here to double up to almost 10 bigs. That's ace, king, 3. Turn is a 6 for Singer. And the river is an ace. And what a river card it is. Sammy is going to double up. I had to look at that one twice, guys. What a turn card for Singer. Dirty, dirty river. To be fair, he didn't have the best hand pre. And I think KM, is that Riyadh I see on the rail? The French dude. Not sure what his second name is. I know it 10 times over, but it's just skipping my mind at this exact moment. He's part of the crew. Farhat. Riyadh Farhat. Them boys are on a different level. Clement Cure, Dorian Melhers. Sammy shoving with the A3 suited, and Singer gonna call with 10-9. And it could all be over here because Singer is a 2-1 favorite. Sammy still 34% equity to double up and get back in contention. I don't mind the call by Singer. 10-9 going to play pretty well. Does not want to double up his opponent for 10 bigs though. It is Queen 7-3. Pair for Sammy. Turn is a deuce. Singer needing help on the river, or suddenly Sammy is going to have 20 bigs. River is a 5. And Sammy is going to sit back down, folks. We could have a heads-up battle. They could go on for some time yet. 75 bigs now playing 20. One more double up and it's nearly even Stevens. That is the way No Limit Hold'em heads up tournaments go. Check Moi could be getting what he wished for. KM says Singer slightly tilting. Well, wouldn't you be? It's never easy. I don't think it's a bad call, honestly. Maybe against his particular opponent who's been on the tighter side. But I say that, but yet he had A3 suited, so I think 10-9 offsuit plays pretty well in a 10 big blind all-in situation. And Singer going to raise to 2.5 mil with the King 6 offsuit. We'll take the blinds and antes. Sammy needs to bet when he has it for sure. He's got his double up. He's got a good rail. Needs to remain composed. Singer with king 9 of clubs. Gonna bump it up. I think that's fine. Sometimes you will see the button just defend there. But I think it's better to fold, even if it is 3-2 suited. And Singer A7. 2.5 mil to go. And Sammy with king 9 offsuit. I think this is better to rejam than just call. And Singer is going to call. We've got all in and call. And Sammy with 40% equity here to suddenly have 33.4 million. Singer with the opportunity to win this title here and now with ace 7. Big moment here for this heads up battle, folks. Queen 7-3 is the flop. Singer now with a pair. Sammy needing a king or a 9 or some running hearts or a straight draw. Turn is an ace, and that's it. No river needed. Singer has done it, folks. You can say what you want about anyone at the final table, but Singer more than worthy of taking down this title. Bit of a hoover at this FT once we got 5 or 6 handed. And he is your German Poker Days champione. He gets the job done. Commiserations to second place. Well played. Unlucky in the end. Will take home the guts of €30,000 for his efforts, €27,000 and a 10 grand ticket. But there is your champion. Singer is going to win the title and €47,300 and a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. Thanks a million to everyone tuning in tonight, especially KM, the moderator. Been unbelievably helpful for the last few hours, and it doesn't go unnoticed. Much appreciated. Be sure to join us next weekend. We will be here for another massive event. It's European Poker Masters, I believe. And the following weekend after that, we've got a huge PLO event, PLO the Big Rap. Then after that, we've got the World Series of Poker circuit events, then a tiny break, and then it's into the massive 15 bracelets, 15 million guaranteed for the World Series of Poker Europe. So we are spoiled for action. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. You can find us on all the social media platforms, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. I've been Action Man Dan. Catch me if you can.